yeah, we're gonna have this on a later slide. So it's like two slides. So this is where the call is, and okay, this is where the nominations should go. Thank you, Neil. Each nomination must include at least the following material: the name and contact details of the nominee, and of course those of the proposer, if that's different. Self-nominations are obviously allowed and is not a problem at all. But if they're different, then obviously the contact details of the proposer should come clear as well. A statement of whether the nominee is aware that the nomination has been made. That obviously is only the case if nominee and proposer are different. Why is it important? Because if the nominee is eventually selected for the award, then it might be helpful to know whether this would come to their total surprise if the board eventually would approach the nominee, or whether this is something the nominee might be aware of, that this is coming down his or her way eventually. A statement, thirdly, a statement in as much detail as the proposer considers appropriate, setting out how the nominee meets the requirement for the award, and description of the proposer's relationship to nominee. And last but not least, the fourth bullet point is a brief summary, hopefully not longer than, say, 79 or 80 words, because that might go on the plug, of the nominee's contributions suitable for the award document, as it says. And also, that's not a requirement, but it's considered to be helpful by any means. If available, a professional biography or a CV of the nominee can be submitted as well, if available only. Nominations should be submitted only by email to nominations@rob-bloxer-foundation.org. The deadline is, as I said, in March, but for that, I'm going to hand this over to Aline again.
Thank you very much, Karsten. I see the 19th is on the slide, but we have the 18th on our document, so I think I need to double check that date. So forgive me on that. So the nominations are in the middle of March, just after St. Patrick's Day. And the nominations, as Karsten said, can be sent to nominations at rob-bloxer-foundation.org. I think what we've tried to communicate today is that we're extremely keen to receive and have an opportunity to hear the stories from the entire community. So, about who you as community participants believe have contributed significantly to the development of the internet in the RIPE NCC region. Often the greatest stories go untold, so please take the time to send in the nominations of the people that you believe should be the 2022 Rob Bloxer awardee. We'd be delighted to read those stories, so please put some thought into who it is that you feel should receive it. I see Fergal Cunningham saying there that nominations made on St. Patrick's Day should be treated with caution. So yeah, there you go. I might actually check while you're finishing up, Karsten. I'll just check what we have on the website for the final day.
Yeah, I guess it's mostly said. Everything has mostly been said anyways already. Again, we would like to encourage everybody in the RIPE community to spread the word as wide as possible, and also to go into their own distinctive own communities, like network operators groups, commercial internet exchange point groups, etc., 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 to spread the word as much as possible, and also think about nominating respective and respected community members for the award.
The deadline, we just checked, Karsten, and the deadline is the 18th of March, not the 19th. Yeah. So forgive me, that's a typo just on the slide there.
Thank you. With that, I guess I'm almost done. The the entire committee can be reached via award 2021 at robloxfoundation.org or also 2022. So there's an alias to that. I'll put that in the chat anytime soon, as soon as we finish with our presentation. And I guess in the name of the entire committee, I'd like to thank the board of the foundation for selecting each of us on the award committee, and so that we are able to undertake this selection process to eventually advise the board on behalf of the community who, according to our findings, the awardee next year shall be. Thank you very much. It's a prestigious task, and I can say that we take it obviously very serious, and will do our best to come up with the excellent person for this award. Thank you so much.
Yes, and hopefully presented in person in Berlin.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
that's our
absolutely.
greatest wish.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Karsten. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you too for presenting this. I'm really excited that we are opening another award in Rob Loxell's name, and I hope you'll get a lot of good nominations in. Thanks for that. Karsten, if you could please stop sharing your slides, then I can introduce the next speaker. That's Hisham Ibrahim from the RIPE NCC, the Chief Community Officer, with his presentation. Hisham, are you there? Yes.
Yeah, hello. And trying to share my slides now. And hello, and good morning, everyone. As Miriam introduced me, my name is Hisham Ibrahim, and I am the RIPE NCC's Chief Community Officer. And this is the Chief Community Officer report that I'm doing here. A little bit about myself, for those of you that have not met me yet or don't know me in person. I do recognize a lot of your names, and I'm sure we chatted before, but I've been with the RIPE NCC for 7 years. I've been part of the team that was hired to be based out of Dubai to focus primarily at the time on building the community in the Middle East and trying to get a lot more community efforts and technical initiatives up and running. Over time, that scope expanded to then have more engagement with Southeast Europe and Caucasus and Central Asia. And then as my career developed with the RIPE NCC, I became the Community Development Manager for the entire service region. And as of a few months ago, I became the Chief Community Officer. I wanted to start with what I shared with my colleagues when I was first interested with this position. I mentioned to them that these are my 3 top priorities as Chief Community Officer for the RIPE NCC, and I did think it was important to also communicate them externally as well here. For me, they read as follows. The first one is institutionalizing the knowledge and the understanding of the local communities in our service region. We have a lot of information, and I want to make sure that that information actually is not just working in pockets throughout the company, that we actually have a better understanding and can build things that make sense for the development of the local communities throughout the service region, and focusing on them all and not necessarily on any specific region specifically. We structure teams so that we have better workflows and more meaningful impacts. And impact is something that you will hear me talk about, hopefully in other talks as well, where basically we're talking about what value delivered and what value capture do we get from all the different engagements that we're doing. But as the slides will continue to read, and as if you have picked up already the activity plan and budget, you can see already there are some efforts along that of redefining the different activities that we're doing along purpose rather than the activity itself. So the why instead of the what or the how. And last but not least, building ecosystems around our the data services that we have. We have, again, a lot of really good vantage points and understanding of how the internet works and has been developed over the years. And we are planning, and we really depend on the community, not just for hosting these services, but also to get engaging and doing a lot more with them. And this is an effort that we'd like to see a lot more of. You've heard probably Emil talking about this in other talks about some of the data services that we have and we're running. Now, focusing on community and why do we do community engagement and development? What we found is, so when I first joined, I went around the different departments and the different teams within the RIPE NCC, asking them about why do we do the certain department function or activity that we're doing. And what we ended up with coming together was a set of different purposes. The first one would be community building and engagement, right? And basically that's, as you can see from the logo here, which is that continuous feedback loop of creating and fostering environments for us to continue to dialogue and exchange and to bring a common understanding together. This covers everything from community development aspects, working on the national level and building that up, or even community special focus interest groups and working with them on developing their interests. There's also the membership engagement element of this, which Fergal is leading, and it covers stuff from membership satisfaction to also collecting a lot of data that we have and making sure that we're building things that make sense to you. One of the nice things that came out of this is the roadmaps that we're publishing now, and I'm very happy to see the engagement from the community on them. It keeps us honest in delivering on what we promise to deliver, and it keeps the community engaged in helping us design and build things that make sense for them, and where to prioritize and put our efforts, of course. Good of the internet efforts and activities. You heard Hans-Peter talk about community project funds and the work that we've done there, and of course the events. We're all here virtually, of course, because of the great work that Alex Voss and the whole events team has been putting into making this meeting and other meetings possible. We've managed to do a MENOG this year. We've managed to do an SEE open house, and we've managed to do an ENOG as well. And all this takes a lot of time and effort from the teams to be able to continue to have these dialogues and environments for discussion. One of the things that I wanted to mention here was the impact of geopolitics on this, and it came up in some of the comments and questions throughout the meeting. But this slide I had put in before because we're definitely seeing this. Whether we like it or not, geopolitics is impacting how communities interact. It's very hard to ignore certain political turmoils or conflicts, whether armed or just political, and just acting like they will not impact how communities interact or even how we are staffing our organization, especially if it impacts individuals and their livelihood. For that, we are looking more into doing a lot more engagement on the national level, and that makes perfect sense. I mean, community work in general, it just pretty much oscillates between building on a small level and then growing it up to maybe a regional level, but then maybe breaking it down and then focusing a little bit more on national. That's exactly how we ended up doing things in the Middle East here when we were revamping MENOG, and we see this happening time and time again, even within communities that start at the coalition phase, and then they mature, and then you find them breaking off into smaller communities and mitosis and restarting the cycle all over again. One of the clear things that we need to be doing here is refining what we mean by regional engagements and activities. Do they still make sense? Are there barriers to entry? And what is the scope, and how do we define the criteria for their success? And you can expect to hear a lot more from me on this moving forward. Now, the second purpose that we identified was learning and development. And again, this is one of the strong arms of community work that we have here. The Learning and Development team has been doing great work for years in building that community knowledge and understanding of things. We have several delivery mechanisms that were developed over years. That the team had the foresight of looking into stuff like, you know, e-learning activities and certifications well before anybody else was talking about them and developing them, which allowed us to, when COVID hit, very easily shift towards going virtual very quickly. This diagram shows some of these delivery mechanisms that we have, whether synchronous stuff like the training, the face-to-face ones, or the webinars that do require certain resources to be there and interactivity, or the asynchronous stuff like Academy that is getting more and more popular today, with excellent quality content that's being built there, and it's more and more recognized by people that are taking the not only the modules but also taking the certifications as well. And if you haven't so far, please, I ask you to go and visit it. It is definitely worth taking the time and seeing the great work that the team has been putting there. I also know that in the goodie bags, we've given away some vouchers for certifications as well. So take advantage of that as well. The last of the different distinct purposes that we found was the community coordination collaboration. And I heard Miriam talking about that as well. This is something that we've also figured out and defined, and it's presented here by the puzzle piece and how we fit into the bigger picture. And there's great work that's being done by the public policy and governance teams there. You've heard different talks from Marco and Suzanne and Chris and others. You've seen articles from Athena on how geopolitics and regulation mismatches and sanctions are impacting building of one unfragmented internet. And there's definitely room there. One of the comments that I saw during the meeting was that there was a lot of EU focus in the presentations that were given. I'd like to reassure you that, you know, sitting here out of Dubai and having colleagues that sits in Southeast Europe, Central Asia and Caucasus, Russia and Ukraine, we are very much involved with what's happening there. We do publish regular updates on the regulatory impacts that we're seeing there and analysis. The board is always briefed on these things, and we do have a set of engagements coming up. I think the first one that will be coming up right after the RIPE meeting is the Eastern European, Caucasus and Central Asia Asian governmental round table. We also have a Middle Eastern one coming after that, and then early next year we will be doing the European one. So we're definitely doing that. There's also the intergovernmental organizations, the ITU and the other that Marco and his team are very much engaged with, OECD and the others, and as well as the IGF. And at the end of the day, it kind of looks something like this. The psychedelic effect that the triangle there has is intentional. It's the colors are meant to bleed into each other because it's very hard to define where one of these activities starts and where does it end, which is why it took us some time to actually be able to define them as intuitively as they seem and simple as they seem. It did take some time and effort into really defining what the purpose is and what are we trying to achieve out of this, and it's still an ongoing effort. But as you can see, it built a nice triangle or pyramid for us. The pun here being I'm Egyptian, so pyramids is part of my DNA, I guess. As you can see, the base there is community building and engagement and learning and development. With having a strong base on these two, this is how we build the foundation for this. And when we have them built properly, then it allows us to do a lot more coordination and collaboration in a meaningful manner. And that's basically how we've been doing our budgeting, restructuring, and other stuff that we're planning to communicate moving forward. I mentioned the roadmaps, and some of this will be reported there, as well as other regular updates. Learning and development. I remember Gerardo during this call gave some good talks during the anti-abuse working group, and there was a BoF that we got a lot of really interesting feedback from you. And definitely we are planning, starting next quarter, of adding yet another roadmap to the ones that we publish, which is what training we are working on developing and getting more feedback from the community on. And I appreciate everybody that came, either spoke to me or during the session about their thoughts there, or my colleagues, of course, in L&D. This is my last slide here, and it basically, Fergal pointed out to me that there is room here to say, how can the community members do more to help develop our community? And this nice list was compiled to me, and I think it makes a lot of sense. The easiest and the first step here would be to sign up for a working group mailing list and take part of the discussions. I think not only has it served time and time again as an excellent historical record for the work that has been done and the discussions that have taken place, but it also is a very low barrier entry for people in the community to come in and participate, especially in times where we cannot meet face-to-face and have these discussions. And we are seeing the effect of us not being able to meet face-to-face in different ideas and different thoughts taking form of their own. And this is a nice way of bringing people together when it comes to this. Talk to or mentor RIPE fellows and RACI attendees. One of the nice metrics that come out of these meetings is the number of newcomers that come and attend, and we're seeing a lot more academic talks and young attendees that weren't necessarily part of the RIPE community, as long as some of us have been. And it's really good to see that people are taking time to do the mentoring. We have seen, I think, for this meeting, a little bit of a decline in terms of people signing up for that. It's understandable because of the virtual native manner of this meetings, but we would still like to see people volunteering for this and doing more there. Take part at regional community meetings, ENOG, MENOG, SEE. Those are the ones that, if you want to get a lot more understanding on what is happening at that level, we get a lot of really good talks about what can happen there. I remember the SEE meeting in Sarajevo. We talked a lot about how they can build a log, an exchange point, and even an NREN that the country doesn't have. And at least 2 of the 3 have happened. And I think at the last one, they were also talking about starting a CERT. At MENOG, there was a great recap about different efforts that were happening in the region, whether from Lebanon and how they're dealing with the situation there, or hosting the World Cup next year. And with ENOG as well, we had a really nice first try for that part of the world of doing remote hubs. We've been doing this for MENOG for some time, but with ENOG, it did work with remote hubs, seeing participation from different countries for that event. And we're planning on keeping on to innovate with this. But please, your experience and knowledge is really useful in those areas. Taking it one step down as well, local NOGs. We do have a NOG coordinator list. If you are involved with a NOG, please sign up for that. And if not, at least please try to find your local NOG and participate, or participate in other local NOGs. It does go a long way. Attending the open houses, hackathons, and other community events. Open houses has been one of the really nice ways that we actually dealt with COVID. We were quite agile in turning the concept of member lunches into open houses that I'm very happy now people use as a proper noun and say, we're just open house the event, or a verb, we're just going to do an open house for it, or open house the event. It's been very useful in keeping people talking. I think that's an important thing. Write a RIPE Labs article. I think out of all the things that I said, and I know I say a lot of them are important, but this, I think, is one of the most powerful tools in our arsenal. I personally love these. I read them all the time, and I share them, and they get a lot of good feedback. So, and I'm very happy with the developments that we've done in this area. So please share your experience, share your thoughts, and so that others can pick them up and learn from them. last point, but I think it's as important as them all, if not more, is tell people when you think they're doing a good job. We heard a talk on the first day about how we can actually get into a more friendly environment, or how it's needed to be more welcoming. And I think just showing a little bit of appreciation for people that are trying and doing their best goes a very, very long way. I already see this in the comments that I see on the RIPE community, on the chat, and I know this from the RIPE community. It does go a long way, and people really feel appreciated when you appreciate their work. And these are my thoughts. I appreciate you taking the time to hear them, and I'm here if anybody has any follow-up questions. Thank you. Miriam, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Hisham. That was a great overview. We are a little over time, so if I don't see any questions now, can I ask Hans-Peter to get ready for the next presentation? And maybe we'll have some more time at the end. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Let's see if I can find the presentation here as well. So, NRO report. So, again, my name is Hans-Peter Holen, and today I'm here as the chair of the NRO Executive Council. So what is the NRO? We want to be the flagship and global leader for collaborative internet number resource management as a central element of an open, stable, and secure internet. We're the number resource organization. We're formed by the MOU, by the FEM RIRs, AFRINIC, APNIC, LACNIC, ARIN, and the RIPE NCC, and it was formed in 2003 to coordinate the RIRs and joint activities. So we also have an MOU with ICANN, where we act as the address supporting organization. The NRO Executive Committee, where I'm currently the chair, Oscar from LACNIC is the vice chair and secretary, and John Curran is from ARIN is the treasurer. Paul and Eddie from APNIC and AFRINIC respectively are members this year. No, the positions here rotate every year, so the next year it will be a different roles for everybody. We have a permanent secretariat with our secretary Herman Valdes, based at APNIC, and Lorena Pavon, based in LACNIC. We also have a number of coordination groups for communications, engineering, registration services, as public safety. And we have informal groups for public affairs, policy, financial officers, legal staff, human resources, etc. We do publish global internet number stats. So there is an internet number resources status report, which is updated quarterly, which has global stats on IPv4, V6, and ASNs. That's updated daily. And an RPKI adoption report by IPv4 and V6, which is also sorted per economy, and that's also updated daily, and you can find that on our statistics page. We also maintain a comparative policy overview so that you can easily look at what the policies look like in the 5 regions. We have a budget of $480,000 US. That covers travel and support for the ASO, the NRO, and IANA review committee, secretariat support, some communications like teleconferences, ASO, AC chair travel, and coordination group meeting expenses. Now, the travel and meeting expenses have been really low this year, but we anticipate at some point in the future we will start to travel again to actually meet in person. We do contribute to the IGF in the range of $150,000, and we have a contribution to ICANN at $823,000, which is the IANA contract of $650,000, and a voluntary contribution of $173,000, which has been in place from the early days of ICANN, when ICANN hardly had any funding. Today, ICANN has significant funding from the domain industry, but the RIRs started supporting ICANN in the very early days. There is also a joint stability fund with a pledge of over $2.1 million. And if you're interested in that fund, you can find more information at the below URL. The cost is split between the RIR based on registration service revenue. So here you can see the different percentages, and this is updated on an annual basis based on the accounts of the previous years. So RIPE NCC pays 39.91% of the total NRO budget. The IANA Review Committee advises and assists NRO EC in its review of the service level of the IANA numbering services provided to the Internet Number community. So it has 3 members from each region, 2 community elected members, and 1 RIR staff representative. You can find the public archives and minutes on the below URL. And there was a report published in March that you can also see. So IANA performs a coordination job for the RIRs, registering which numbers are distributed to each RIR, and then this committee oversees the performance of that function. The review committee consists of the people that you can see here, the community elected people you will also find on the ASO AC, and the staff members are normally involved in the registration services in the respective RIRs. From RIPE NCC, we have Marco Smith working as a manager in registration services, and we have James Kennedy and Nurani Nupunu up until now. There is also an empowered community in ICANN, which oversees the board. So the NRO EC adopted the ASO empowered community procedures, and there is a procedure for approval actions, rejection of actions, removal of ICANN director, and a standard practice for community activities. We do have an ASO MOU, and that was reviewed in 2011, 2017, and we have a review scheduled for 2022. So the MOU states that we shall do a periodic review, and we have the next one planned in 2022. We have also looked at and addressed the findings in the last report, so the upcoming review is going to be interesting to see if there are still things that needs improvement, which there probably is. So yeah, so one of the things that you can have a look at here is the status of the different recommendations. We do have some ongoing projects right now. The NRO has initiated a review of its own MOU, and then we're also doing a strategic review, and the plan is to conclude this in April next year. And then, as I mentioned, the ASO review is scheduled in 2022, so hopefully after the NRO MOU. And that was all I had. Are there any questions?
Thanks, Hans-Petter. That was nice and short. Yes, there is one question in the Q&A. I will read that out by Jordi Pala Martinez. I've commented about this already a few times. The RIR comparative policy overview, maybe because it's trying to summarize, it's not very good, and consequently, instead of useful, I think it may confuse people. I am not sure it is worth the effort. I've caught many mistakes when I try to compare any specific policy aspects among different RIRs. At the end, I prefer to go straight to each RIR's policy manual or the set of documents. I think the NRO should consider dropping it and instead having links to each policy manual, or at least clearly state that it is just a summary and that the original manuals should be looked at carefully.
So thank you for that feedback, Jordi. If you find errors in this, we are more than happy to receive feedback and improvement suggestions. As for whether we should drop it entirely or not, I will bring that back to the discussion. But I do believe that it is a useful tool for those who just want to have a simple overview and not have to read the whole policy manuals. Of course, as you say, we should make it clear that the policy manuals are the documents that you need to consult if you want to act here. But if you find the errors there, feel free to give us feedback, contact the Secretariat, and so that we can incorporate improvements. Thank you.
Thanks, Hans-Peter. I don't see any other questions, neither in the Q&A nor in the audio queue. So I guess that's it. Thanks again.
Thank you.
And then we can move on. Oh, we have plenty of time, so we can move on to our last agenda item before the AOB, and that is the revised RIPE policy development process, which I have sent to the list, to the RIPE list on 28th of October. And just to give you a quick summary of the main changes, I've also put that in the email in some more detail, but just to set the stage here, we've shortened the introduction a bit to clarify that this document deals with policy only and no other best current practices or other types of documents. We've also updated the appeals process. Hans-Peter, are you still on audio? I hear an echo. We clarified the appeals process based on the input received after the first appeal last year, the first appeal that the RIPE community ever received to a policy. So we've gathered a lot of input, also published a number of documents specifically to that at the time, and we used that input and updated the section in the PDP document. We've reintroduced an informal step before the formal process starts, and as I understood from when talking to earlier working group chairs, that was the initial idea of the first, that's now kind of the formal first step in the PDP, is to kind of have an informal discussion first, that the proposer would kind of share the ideas with the relevant mailing list and see if there is some traction, if there's some support, some interest in this, formulate a problem statement before it then enters the formal process. It's not a requirement, it's just from experience, we felt this would be a good step, a good guidance for proposers to go forward in the future. Then we've also clarified the role of the working group chairs, because that came also up during the appeal, so that the working group chairs need to clarify after each phase where we are at in the process, what the status is, to possibly repeat some of the arguments and make sure what the next steps are. So that community members know that, for instance, if they need to restate their positions or change their positions possibly in the next phase. We've added a new section at the bottom of the document clarifying how the PDP is changed. I believe there was one instance where the PDP actually went through the PDP itself, but in the past, in other instances, I remember it was basically authored by the RIPE chair and sent to the community for review and consensus. And so I believe the PDP in itself is a RIPE governance document that documents how we deal with policy. And I don't think it needs to go through the PDP itself because it's not a policy in itself, it's a governance document. We've also included a small section in the template at the bottom in the appendix, just to clarify that the policy proposal should also contain a motivation or like a problem statement to make sure we all understand what the problem is we're trying to solve. And then last but not least, we made some editorial changes to clarify the roles. Like sometimes it wasn't clear if it was the role of the policy development officer of the NCC to support the proposer, or if it was the role of the working group chairs in question. And so we tried to clarify that. So the document is out as a draft and is linked from that email on the slide. And I just saw that the discussion has started on the mailing list. That Jordi had sent a mail to the RIPE list an hour ago. And so I hope, well, we can have a bit of a discussion here, but I also hope that we'll have a really good engagement on the mailing list after the meeting. So if there are any questions at this point.
There's a late question from Kurt Kaiser about the NRO, and I propose we take that later on after we come to the end of this, and I hope not to forget it. And in the microphone queue, there is Jordi Palet-Martinez and Shane Kerr. Jordi was in there first, so I'll give him the microphone.
I'll grant you. Yes, you do that. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mirjam.
Hi, Jordi.
I sent already an email this morning. I have two major disagreements. The other ones are probably something that we can solve. The main problem I have is that we have commented this before already. The PDP is not authored by the RIPE chair. It's one more document from the community. So the way it's being worded, it looks like the only responsible for that is the chair. And I think that should be amended. The other problem I have is that I don't agree, you recently said that, I don't agree that this is a community governance document which should be a separate way to update it. And in fact, I put the link in the email. We have recently updated already the PDP. I think it was 2018 or something like that, by the PDP itself. And this is the way it's being done in the other registries. So why we are going to have it different? This is related also somehow to my point that you are taking out of the PDP some other documents that up to now, they were following also the PD process. Why we want to have different process for different kinds of documents? I think if we are based on bottom-up consensus process, everything should be the same. There is no reason to change things, to have different timings. It's a mess. It's very difficult to keep up with that way. Anyway, I understand that we may not have sufficient time today and we may need a webinar or something to tackle all the points, but I think I tried. It was a little bit in rush during the beginning of the session, but I tried to describe all the points that I have seen up to now in my email. Thank you.
Thanks, Jordi. Yeah, thanks for summarizing. Just maybe a quick response to both items. I do believe that each document should have an author. And I've understood from like the past, how things done, the PDPs. I agree with you. It's a consensus document by the community, but it's usually authored by the RIPE chair. But obviously, other people can make suggestions too. So we can definitely discuss that. In response to your other point, I don't agree that everything is a policy, and I do think we should make a distinction between policies and other types of documents, as the policy is has a very kind of strict and agreed and rigid process that we're following for policies, which I agree is important to have in place for policies. There are other types of practices and interactions that the RIPE community does that don't necessarily have to go through the PDP, I believe. Whereas I think the policy document in itself is not a policy, but we'll see what other people think about this, maybe on the mail, and we'll see. I think I would like to have the discussion on the email list first, and see if we need more time, we can maybe organize an online session about this. That's a good suggestion. Thanks, Jordi. Let's see, we have next Shane. Shane, I can see your picture. I cannot hear you.
While Shane is getting ready, I'll give the microphone to Rüdiger.
short remark towards Jordi. I note that actually the policies all have natural person authors, and that might be actually sometimes a problem. So having the RIPE chair as the author of the PDP, I think, is not really a problem. On the other hand, I think that, and well, okay, I'm German, and so process and precision is a consideration. Kind of having an undefined and undocumented process being used for an almost constitutional document like the policy development process. Well, okay, actually having that completely loose, I think, is not a good thing. If we want to have different process for documents in a different class from policies, we actually at some point in time address the question of what are the processes, and at the moment for the PDP, it might be a good idea to essentially follow the PDP process for establishing the consensus to actually finalize and conclude the definition. Just having an undefined and open process for doing that, at least from a German point of view, looks murky. Thanks.
Thanks, Rüdiger. I don't agree that the consensus building that we have are going on the mailing list is undefined, but I take your point. Thank you. And Shane, I think you've made it work.
It's working now.
Yes.
Yay. Okay. So thank you for making this set of refinements and clarifications. I was involved with this a little bit, help discuss with various people the suggestions that you presented here. And I think basically they're all great. I basically just wanted to say that in case anyone is concerned that this is yet one more step for adding a lot of bureaucracy and rules and everything to the RIPE process, I think it's completely the opposite. I think it should make it simpler and more clear exactly how the process is going to work. So if you're worried that this is somehow making things more complicated or adding extra steps, I think it's completely the opposite. It should make things better. And hopefully we'll never, ever have to use any kind of appeal process or anything like that again. So anyway, that's it.
Yeah, you're involved in that. I understand. Thanks, thanks, Shane. Neil, I don't know exactly who was next. It was Peter Koch is in the audio queue. There are also questions in the. Let's do Peter Koch first.
Peter Koch has the mic.
Thank you, and hopefully you can hear me.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, this is Peter. I work for DENIC, I should say, but what I'm contributing is on my own behalf, of course. I would like to thank the chairs for putting this forward. I was a bit concerned about the non-existence of discussion on the list, and then this like sliding through with little attention. And I think the discussion is good to have. I have sympathies for what the previous speaker said, which is no surprise. He was my boss 25 years ago. In terms of applying the PDP to the PDP, but I think that is for the moment a minor issue. I'm not saying that it is a minor issue in total. I think the current suggestion addresses some of the important observations that we had with some previous invocations of the PDP, and I think that is important. and maybe it shouldn't try to boil the ocean. I think we have deeper issues, and that goes back to what Chris proposed in the co-op working group about the principles and values and so on and so forth, that might suggest we have a bigger review of the process and so on and so forth. The moment in time is probably good for doing things like that, because to the best of my knowledge, we don't have PDPs in flight, which is good for changing the process or clarifying it, as I would say, because many of the things that I see there have been discussed and are observations from previous invocations that caused probably a lot of frustration in parts of the community, at least. What I would appreciate is a bit more guidance, like a red line version and so on and so forth, to help people really understand and grasp. I trust your summaries based on the intentions, but having a side-by-side view, and I'm old, I can't do HTML comparisons and so on and so forth. So if we get in that direction, I would support further discussion, and will chime in, and please don't take that as a threat. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. Yes, we can definitely do that. Thanks for your comments. I see there are some questions in the...
There are two questions from Jordi. Would you like, Miriam, that I read them out?
Yes,
and
please.
You take it? I think I'll take the second one first, because it's more a comment than a question. And it's this. It's from Jordi Palet Martinez. Clarification of the authorship. I'm not saying not to have an author, but not inside the document itself. It's a community work, and the document should not say it is owned by the chair, because it is a community document. And before, I'll seize the moment before you give your answer to that, Miriam, or before anybody else does. And this is, yes, we know this is something that's not, where it's difficult to find what is obviously the right thing to do. And I'm certainly happy to take input from all over the community about the best way to combine a clear attribution of responsibility for the current version of a document on the one hand, and the ownership of the document on the other. And I think there are two conflicting kinds of attribution that we have here and that we need to resolve.
Yes, thanks. No, I don't think I have anything else to add to that.
And the other question is also from Jordi Palet Martinez, and he says, if we don't want to call it policy, it's fine, but all that goes via community consensus should have the same timings and the same process. Why does RIPE want to have a different way than the other RIRs?
That's a more philosophical question. You know, why are there different RIRs? And I think it's good that we have over time, you know, we've built processes that fit our community and that works with the community culture, history, you know, development, pace, and so forth. And obviously, we are also looking at how other RIR communities are, you know, what processes are being used there. But as far as I remember, we had a similar discussion earlier on that. Also, that people really appreciate the diversity and the kind of well, you know, kind of goal-driven, you know, process that we have, and it's not a goal in itself, I think, to unify all the processes in all the regions. Obviously, if you can learn from other processes, then by all means, you know, we'd be happy to incorporate those. I hope.
And there's another comment. Another comment from Jordi is that having the PDP updated as a policy proposal, as we've done before, will show the red line that Peter said. And for myself, that's absolutely true. But I'm not sure that referring to one of the many updates to the PDP for which the PDP itself was used is necessarily a precedent for how the necessarily establishes how the PDP ought to be modified. There have been some half a dozen, maybe even 8, but more than a handful of updates to the PDP over the years, only one of which has been done using the PDP itself. So it's at least to me not at all obvious that the PDP is the means for modifying the PDP.
Yeah, thanks for answering that. I'm sorry, there's a bit of noise here in the background. They're fixing the street. I hope it's not too disturbing. Yes, no, I agree. There was one case where the document went through the PDP, but I definitely take the point of that you need some kind of a process to also maintain and work on these governance documents. And we can definitely provide this kind of red line version document on I'm sure Angela can help me with that, to put that on the website and the NCC staff. Are there any other questions? Oh, I don't see the participants. I don't see anybody in the audio queue.
There's one more question, but it's not about the PDP. It's going back to the NRO. So let me know when you're ready to take that, and I'll read it out.
I think we're ready. I don't see any questions on that topic anymore. Please go ahead.
Peter may need to be ready to catch this comment. It's a comment from Kurt Kaiser, who gives his attribution as private, and he says, as yesterday's comment about ARIN's VIP services to supply ASNs, I highly warn of competitive RIR services. That is when RIPE NCC staff is busy with lots of complex transfer tasks.
I can't hear you. Can't hear you, Hans-Peter.
So thank you for the remark. I don't see a question there, so I don't know if I have a good response right now.
All right, thanks. All right, I think we are on to AOB. Is there anything else you would like to bring up? Anything you want us to focus on? Any concerns you have? Anything you were missing? Now is your time. Speak up. Early coffee break, lunch break?
Before we go, there's a comment in the chat also from Kurt Kaiser saying, okay, if we don't make a question, a comment will not be discussed. That's news to me. I'm not sure what you expected Hans-Peter to say. Kurt, do you want to take the microphone? Okay, he says never mind. So we'll there are mailing lists, I guess.
Hans-Peter's back, but it's on mute again.
Yeah, I need to get used to the interface where if I click the camera button, then yeah, I don't know. So the RIPE NCC provides services not only to organizations in our service region, but to any organization that has a network presence in our service region. I believe that is the wording in our policy. Now that differs from the other regions where they, I believe, requires presence in their region. So to some extent, the RIPE NCC is actually competing, to use that term, with others, which is in some cases good because then there is less of a monopoly thinking, since you actually have a choice of which RIR you can go to. As for different service levels, the ARIN philosophy after the latest changes is different from the current philosophy in RIPE NCC, where we believe that we provide all the members the same service as our philosophy, although We did get some input yesterday that maybe we should reconsider that, and that's also, of course, something that I will discuss with the board again following this. So no, we're not competitors, although we do not want to be seen as a cartel either of monopolists, because that has legal implications. So this is a very delicate balance where we need to stay fully coordinated, but not cooperate in ways that can cause a breach of anti-competition laws in different jurisdictions. So if there is anything else on this, I'm happy to discuss. If not, it seems like a discussion with myself. But
Kurt says thanks for taking it. So yes, thanks, sounds better. No one else running to the microphone, typing anything in. I don't see anything. Well, in that case, we are 5 minutes early, but it was good to have that discussion on the PDP, and also thanks for all the updates given by the other speakers. I think that's relevant to the community. And I wish you a good break and a good rest of the day.
I'm so excited. I got tickets to this concert. It's like the most important piece of music ever composed. Like, the waiting list is like 20 years. I managed to get a ticket. I can't believe my luck. Oh, I'm taking this front row seat. Yeah, there's the orchestra. Oh, I can't hold this excitement. It's just so much. 20 years. Can you imagine 20 years waiting? Oh, there comes the director. Oh, they're going to start. Oh, man. Waiting so long. Oh, my goodness. Here goes. What? I waited 20 years for this. I'd rather play a quiz. So, welcome everybody to our fourth RIPE 83 quiz. My name is Gerardo Vier, and I am your quiz master. We are broadcasting today from the jukebox at your local pub. So the topic of the quiz today is IP map, and it is sponsored by NTT. NTT is our sponsor today. And let me tell you once again how to play this game. I'm going to show you a couple of questions and 4 possible answers. The person who presses on the correct answer the fastest gets the most points. And by the end of the rounds, the person who has the most points wins the game and gets the prize. And remember, you need to sign up with your registration number. Otherwise,
it's time to party.
Not yet. You don't get the prize. So I see people signing up. This is the almost last one. And I just want to tell you,
good luck.
Are we ready to start? Yes, let's rock it. And we're going to start this quiz in a couple of seconds. Reminder, the topic today is IP map. So question number 1. What is RIPE IP map? Is it a map of RIPE? Is it an AI mapping? Is it a GPS system, or is it an API? So what is IP map? If you checked it, you probably already know, but is it a map of RIPE? Is it an API? Is it a GPS system or an AI mapping? The right answer is, boom, an API. It's an API. If you haven't checked it yet, you should be doing it right now. So the leaderboard says Ferry at the front, Dimka 270, Vista 622, Tom H, and Lear 42. On to our next question. How was RIPE IP map built? Was it covertly, undercover? Was it as a quarantine project? Was it competitively, or was it collaboratively? So, Horsey, how was RIPE IP map built? And the right answer is, of course, collaboratively, the best way to build something. And the leaderboard says Ferry is still at the front, Tom H, Andreas 401, Lear 42, and RSC 911. Question number 3. Confidence in a result is represented by latency, a score, confirmations, or points. So confidence in a result in IP map is represented by latency, a score, confirmations, or points. Which one of these is it? And the right one is a score. A score in the result is representing the confidence. Andreas 401 taking the lead, Ferry, Tom H, Lear 42, and KK 37. On to the next question. Which universal constant is important for the latency engine? Is it the speed of light? Is it death and taxes? We all know death and taxes is an important constant. Is it Planck's constant, or is it Euler's number?
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever. It's one of these 4. So if you don't know, just press randomly and you will find out. So what is the universal constant? The speed of light.
Oh!
Yeah, that guy passed by really fast at the speed of light. And the rest were 1 sit at the lead. Ferry, Tom H, KK 37, and Hand 401. Let's go on, little kitty. Question number 5. The single radius and simple anycast engines are passive engines, active engines, tank engines, or Unreal engines, which comes to the question, have we not organized a LAN party yet? Why not? Anyways, the right answer to this question is one of these 4: passive engine, active engine, tank engines, or Unreal engines. And the right answer is active engines. Bet you didn't know that. Now you do. Andreas 401 at the lead, Ferry, KK37, Tom H, and Lear 42. Question number 6. Which of these is not currently included in the FTP dumps of IPMap? Is it the commas? Is it the ISO 3166-1 alpha-3 codes? Is it the city population, or is it the locations outside the RIPE NCC service region?
No!
So, what is not currently included in the FTP dumps? And the answer is, boom, the city population. It's not there yet. Maybe it shouldn't be there. Anyways, on to the leaderboard. Andreas 401 is burning. Ferry, LIR 42, Dennis, and Jurian 84. Question number 7. The mascot of the latency engine is a slow tortoise, a fast rabbit, a lightning bolt, or an IP packet. So when you check the latency engine, what do you find? The slow tortoise, the lightning bolt, the fast rabbit, or the IP packet? One of these 4 is the mascot. If you don't know, just press any button and you'll figure it out. And that is, of course, the fast rabbit. So, leaderboard says Andreas 401 still at the lead, Ferry, GPF 35, Tom H, and LIR 42. Question number 8. RIPE IPMap is a usable service, but it isn't. That's right, Fido. It isn't one of these 4. A JSON API, free to access, a barrel of laughs, or a finished product. So which one of these 4 is RIPE IPMap? And it's not a finished product, as we all know.
Oh, no!
That's right. It will never be finished because it will ever evolve. So RIPE IPMap is a usable service, but it's not finished yet. So Andreas 401 at the lead, GPF 35, 714, Jurian 84, and Vista 622. Let's gallop on to the next question. RIPE IPMap is primarily designed to locate what? Yeah, what? Is it home Wi-Fi routers? Is it the core internet infrastructure? Is it Wally Waldo, that bastard always hiding? Or is it the web servers? Surprise! Not a surprise. If you've been checking the tool, you should know this. Really, 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 really easy. Yes, yes. Core internet infrastructure.
Initiate countdown.
Not yet. Initiate count up. Andreas 401, GPF 35, 714, Vista 622, and Jurian 84. And we're on to, guess what? Almost the end. The last question. The paths on the RIPE IPMap demo are curved because the demo is broken, the earth is round, IP routers are inefficient, or curved lines look pretty. So, why are the paths on the RIPE IPMap curved? And the right answer is, duh, obviously. The earth is round. That's why the lines are also curved. They follow the curvature of the world. And let's check the leaderboard final. Andreas 401 at the top.
Oh!
Vista 622 at the top.
Oh!
And number 1 is 714, who came in silently but deadly. And thank you, everybody, for playing once again. We hope you had fun and learned something new. Thank you to our sponsor, NTT. Join us again tomorrow for the last quiz at the same time in the same concert hall. Please enjoy the next RIPE 83 session. Do svidania!
You hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Good.
We're a bit premature yet, so let's wait for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everything here works.
Yep.
Good. And I'm going mute again.
All right, so Suzanne Taylor is going to do the scribe. That's good. Now, where were the preloaded slides?
Top left.
Or top orange bar, second button from the right, the settings button should be.
I have it on the top left, just
Okay.
below the W of the WG.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, yeah, there it is, of course. It's probably this one.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I see.
Cool.
There we go. What do we have there? Okay, I think it's 2 o'clock. Sorry, 2 o'clock it's here. It's 1 o'clock in the rest of the European area. Welcome to the IPv6 working group. Today we have only a few, but very good quality presentations for you. And I would like to start with Nico Schotelius. And let's see if I can do the next slide for you. Building IPv4 islands for fun and profit. But before you can start, Nico, anyone who has questions, please type them in the question and answer section. The chat section will be monitored, but we will not answer questions presented there. And when you have questions, please state your affiliation as well. And if you come up to the mic or want to do the mic and video, we might know who you are, but there's a lot of people out there who don't know who you are. So also state your name and affiliation. Then please remember that the session is being recorded and it will be published later on various channels. So, Nico, please go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Raymond. So let me see if I can change the slide. Ah, there we go. And there we go. Can everybody see the slides?
Yes,
Perfect.
we can. Thank you, and we can hear you.
Perfect. So as usual, thanks a lot for having me around. This is really a fun and it's literally a fun and profit demonstration or talk. It's about IPv4 islands, and for me, it's a really fun talk to talk about. Let me first of all wrap up why I would talk about IPv4 islands at all, what it is, and how to use it. And if you are listening today, you are probably interested in IPv6, I assume. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the IPv6 working group slot here. So generally speaking, we see a notion of networks. If you enable IPv6, it makes more sense to go IPv6 only than to go to a dual stack. The reasons are kind of known already. It's way less complexity, it's easier to maintain. And if you think about it, it's also way easier to actually build up an IPv6 only network than to think about how do you manage different type of applications in different dual stacks in different network policies and so on. So basically there is a shift. I think everybody agrees with me, and if not, just let me know. I think there's a general shift to, if you build a new network and you're going to enable it with IPv6, it probably makes more sense to go IPv6 only. So there's this problem that some of you will come up with, and that is actually real. There are some devices which are not IPv6 compatible. And you can try a lot of things. You can try to update the firmware. You can try to replace the device. But sometimes you're stuck with this. And I want to give you a little bit of an overview of which devices we encountered. Some of them are not so obvious, like X-ray scanners or ultrasound scanners. So if you have been recently in a hospital, or you have looked around all the fancy machines that are in a hospital, some of them are really old, and most of them are really expensive, because it's very targeted gear, very targeted machines. that have to fulfill hygienic standards, which have to fulfill certain certifications. So replacing such a machine is not always possible, or often not possible, for reasons of budget, or simply because the machine doesn't exist anymore. Something that we at Ungleich were a bit more affected by is LoRaWAN gateways. You might have heard of this funny LoRaWAN protocol, which is basically a wireless protocol, long range. And the devices which are wireless, at some point, usually they send their payload to the internet. And this is, while the devices themselves are not using IP, the gateways are using IP, IPv4, IPv6, and some of them also have old firmwares which only can connect to literal IPv4 addresses. And well, if you're shifting all your networks to IPv6 only and you have still a couple of hundred sensors around, then it's not really helpful if all of them are going offline by the time you move your gateways. Some other one like very easy example is like old printers. Some of them don't have an IPv6 stack. I think many of them actually nowadays have. So I think over the lifetime, if you don't have like a huge Xerox machine that eats trees on one side and puts paper out on the other side, then you might have a recently new one which actually supports IPv6. But there's still some installations where we see it can also not be replaced. Last but not least, you might know where I'm here in Switzerland, in the mountains, we have a lot of water power plants. And these power plants are all driven by the river that is just a few hundred meters down where I'm actually sitting right now. And these power plants are often also having very, very ancient technology in them. So you can assume that the switches in there are actually Ethernet, which is great, but they're usually at maximum 100 Mbit. And all the software written there was never written with anything in mind that there might be coming IPv6 at some point. Now, some of you might wonder, like, power plants in the internet, very different discussion. I don't want to go into this, but yes, some of them are connected to the internet and usually very well protected. But nonetheless, they have connectivity so that they can be remotely monitored in case something goes wrong. So you can assume that replacing a whole power plant or even parts of it can be a very, very tricky part, especially because it is actually the software backplane in power plants, which is written with IPv4 only in mind. But nonetheless, you want to connect them potentially from your IPv6 only network. So how to address this? As said, generally speaking, you can try to replace the devices, not always possible, or we can try to get the number of IPv4 devices or IPv4 networks that we have as little and as much down as possible. And the approach I'm talking today about, we call IPv4 islands, because they're really tiny islands. There may be like one power plant might actually be in the end just like one IPv4 device facing to the internet, because the rest is actually hidden inside the own bus. The point is, you can, with this strategy, you can go step by step in incremental and say, like, for instance, this office network you can easily replace to IPv6 only because all the modern operating systems support IPv6, the new printers support IPv6, but maybe next to the office you have a power plant. Maybe not the typical thing, but maybe you have an old printer and so on. So you can really do step by step and say, like, okay, I still have an island left, which is IPv4 only. Now, how does it work? Like in theory, like how do we use them? So assuming that we have, you can see the IPv6 internet here on the top, and you want to reach the IPv4 only network at the bottom. And obviously this has a problem, it's a different protocol, it's a private IP range. So generally speaking, you can't easily reach it. However, if you add a NAT64 translator, and I will come to it later, like how they look like, you can just say you assign a range, an IPv6 range to the NAT64 translator. In this example, it's 2001 db8 cafe : /120. /120 is 8 bits of a network. So it nicely maps to a /24 network in the IPv4 world. The biggest problem or challenge here is that the IPv6 range is so much bigger. Every additional bit doubles the space, and we're talking about 32-bit, whereas 128-bit. So there's no chance that we can resemble the IPv6 internet and map it to IP4 addresses. So what we need to do is basically the same thing that we do in CGNAT or in the IPv4 world, is we need to squash this huge IPv6 internet, the 128 bits, down to a single IPv4 address. So we have all kind of like stateful translations, and obviously if you do this large scale, this will not work. You cannot have the whole internet access your power plant with all IPv6 addresses, but that's also not usually what you want to achieve by running IPv4 islands. Usually what you want to achieve is that those islands can be reached from the IPv6 internet, that they can still reach the internet, the IPv4 internet, via IPv6, so that you can still continue to run them until the lifetime is really, really, really over. But yeah, bear in mind, this is not thought to be a solution for like a high availability or very high load. That is not the right direction I would take with the IPv4 islands. So that's the theory. Let's have a look how one can use this in practice. What we often do is we have all kinds of devices which are OpenWRT routers. So you can use any kind of device that supports it. And on these machines, we have YOL running, which is a NAT64 translator written in software, which is a Linux kernel module. And it exists natively in OpenWRT, so you can just install it and have it running. So even more practice, how does this really look like? And I want to show you this because I'm amazed how easy it is. And I will just turn my back to you for a second, and I will get something. Before I show you this, having one of those devices, what you need to do is you basically need to configure the interaction between OpenWRT and the kernel, because OpenWRT has a special mode of how it handles IPv6 assignments. So if your router gets an IPv6 assignment actually from the outside, then you have to load the kernel module, which is just a mod probe YOL, and then you define which NAT64 prefix you want to use. In this example, I actually use the whole /96, so whatever IPv4 address is behind there, I don't care, because it is a 32-bit, you can map a whole IPv4 internet. So you can have the whole IPv4 internet behind this router. The next command basically just says add a YOL instance via netfilter and use this IPv6 pool, that's the 6 address here, -6 parameter, for this prefix that's specified above. If you don't believe me, and I'm always happy, like if people say like, no, this can't be true, well, just go to the website code ungleich.ch/ungleichpublic/ungleichtools. There is a subdirectory OpenWRT, and you will find an IPv4 island script in there, which exactly the lines of code are copied from. So it's literally 2 to 3 lines of codes that you need to enable it. So in practice, what device can you use? And I will show you just one, and it's important. This is just one of many devices that you can use. The important thing is you need anything with 2 ports, 2 Ethernet ports, basically where you connect your IPv6 internet on one side, the IPv4 LAN or island on the other side, and that's it. And the great thing is, and I'm doing here advertisement for OpenWRT because you have such a variety of devices. You can just plug them in. What is very much recommended is that you actually reflash them so that you have actually a proper OpenWRT and not the vendor-specific version, because they often lack the proper kernel module support. As I said, like this device here is even just a 100 Mbit device, and it comes back to my previous comment. The IPv4 island approach is not thought to be used for something like high performance. It's more supporting growing your IPv6 only networks, but still supporting stuff that you can't migrate. So the main takeaway here from my side is even if you have legacy devices, and you will have this in your deployment strategy or in your migration strategy, you probably have come this up. you can still easily switch to IPv6 only, and you have an iterative approach of saying like, okay, I have here a building, I have here a department. They still have IPv4 only devices, but nonetheless, my core network, I can switch to IPv6 only, and then I can go department by department, building by building. If you want to know how this looks like technically, I've linked here a speech where you can see technically in detail how to do it on the OpenWT. There's an IPv6 chat, and if you have any questions to this topic, I'm also reachable by mail. That's it from the IPv4 islands, and if you have any questions, I'm looking forward to hearing them.
Thank you, Nico. Please stay online because you know what's going to happen next. I don't see any questions in the question and answer part. And on the chat, there's a lot of other talk going on.
Yep.
So,
okay. Sorry, my camera is frozen. I hope you can still hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Not so much a question from my side, but actually a comment. There are huge variety of approaches to issues. This is the one you've shown is one, and probably very, very important one. If you are stuck with these things and don't know how to proceed with it, that's what we have the mailing list for. So if you say, yeah, what Nico said was pretty good, but it doesn't work for us, because you'll find some people here who can give you a number of ideas. Point is, if we wanted to give you some level of overview, it'd probably be a half-day workshop or something like that to go all through other options that you have. It's just don't say, oh, I've been at the RIPE meeting and I thought I'd find an answer, but this doesn't work for us, so we have to do IPv4 anymore. That's not an excuse.
Fully agree there.
Right.
I fully agree.
Then we have a comment, more or less, from Michael Richardson saying that, Nico, thanks for explaining this. I've been doing this too. I think that we need each other's name rather than islands.
Very open for that. For me, it's like a very logical name, because basically you have the big C, which is your network, and then you have islands, which are somewhat disconnected, which are IPv4 only. But if you have a better name, completely up to that. No strong opinion there.
You could have a discussion on it on the mailing list as well. We'll have something to discuss about. Perhaps some other people have ideas as well. You never know. All right, we're not finished with you yet. There is yet another presentation coming up by the same Nikos Hotelios. It's about to ULA or not to ULA.
Yes, and I hope the idea is to have a bit more of a discussion there. Then I'm just looking for it. Here it is. This one is, for me, it's a bit of a hot one, and I hope I get out here healthy and alive after this presentation. I don't know who knows about ULA or not. I'll give a little bit of a background before going into the discussion. But my idea is more to have this an open floor later, discussing whether or not this is a good idea, or whether or not there are better approaches than the one I'm showing. ULA, there used to be a ULA registry from 6 that was stopped in 2017. In around 2020 at Ungleich, we launched a new ULA registry, and give me a few minutes until I come to like, what is ULA? Why do we need a registry? I'll come to that in a second. Since then, there are around 100 new prefixes registered since 2020. So we announced that we are actually running the registry. However, we are actually not using it ourselves. So the reason why we are running a ULA registry is because our customers and partner companies and at network events, people always approached us and were like, hey, can't we have a ULA registry? And usually our answer was like, well, there used to be 6, it's not there anymore. We don't really have a use case for it, because as an LIR, we will deploy everything with global addresses anyway. Now, again, as said, like I would try to keep this short, and I'm really happy like to get any input today from anybody around here. So this is more a discussion than a presentation. Shortly recapping, what is ULA? The idea is it's a unique local address. Local in this context means it is local to your network. It's not a globally routing address. It will not be put into a routing table in the internet. But one of the questions is like, how unique can something be without having a central registry? The idea of EULA is basically you have actually two prefixes. I will come to them, and you can assign yourself a prefix, usually a /48, in a random manner to yourself. This has some problems already in terms of collisions, and I will talk a little bit about this. But like, who's actually using EULAs? EULAs, what I see, are often used in community networks. So this is not so much of a commercial aspect. I know we have had talks before which recommended using EULA addresses in your network if you have your global prefixes are actually changing, or if you need to go from provider to provider, from upstream to upstream, then you can keep static EULA addresses in your own network and just do a NAT66 at the edges so that you always adapt to the global prefix. But the use case that I see more, or the reason why we have actually set up the website, is more like from community networks which came up to us and said like, hey, can't we have a registry? One thing that is very different to regular IPv6 addresses, GUA, is the EULA addresses will usually not be seen in the internet. So we're not talking about routing. So there are two, now it gets a little bit more tricky when we talk about EULA ranges. So there are two ranges. In theory, the FD00 : 8 was supposed to be running without a registry, kind of like self-assignment, random addresses. Turns out 6 at the time used this prefix to register prefixes. I mean, they're not official. We are not official. Nobody's official when it comes to EULA. That's also the problem I want to talk about. Then there used to be this notion of FC00: 8, which is supposedly managed by a registry, but it's not defined which registry. So as far as I can see, there's not much use, and it's not being used a lot, the FC00: 8 prefix. And there's no consensus from the IETF mailing list about who should be running it. And this is also the reason why I wanted to give this talk today, is like, question is a bit like, if there is a registry, who is responsible is, who should be paying for it? Should be somebody paying for it? And shouldn't we be using GUA anyway? So shouldn't we be using global unique addresses in general? Should we kick out ULA at all? One argument that really speaks against it is the price. And being associated with an LIR, or being an LIR, or having a sponsorship via an LIR, is something that doesn't naturally come up to community networks or community projects. And this can be anything from a hacker makerspace up to like the community networks I mentioned before, which actually spawn multiple cities, for instance, in Germany. And I believe there are other projects in Brazil and so on, that are actually, they just need uniqueness in the networks. And they are quite advanced, so to say. They're building it on IPv6, and they need to know that, like, let's say Hanover is one range, Hamburg is another range. Where should those people go to? Usually, and that's the interesting part for me, is their currency is money is a hard resource. Money is not available, but resources in terms of work are often available. So one of the ideas that was discussed is, should there be like a proof of work based registry so that people can get GUA or ULA or whatever, but pay in work? Maybe. I don't know. This is really an open question. Or do we actually need ULA or not in the end? So I know this is a hot topic. I don't have much more to say, but I really wanted to listen to everyone around here and hear your opinions. If you think it's a stupid idea, fair enough. If you think there should be other work done, fair enough. The solution I would like to see is something where we can support more IPv6 growth in the open source community hacker makerspace area, if we can address that. That's it from my side. So, and I think there's already quite some feedback already.
Yes, there are indeed some questions. The first one is from Jordi Palet Martinez. And it says, if you want to have a registry, the right way is to review the ULA central work. I tried it already in the IETF and all the RIAs. There's a need for a possible global policy for running central IANA registry or coordination on that among the RIAs. Didn't work. But maybe it was too early. I'm happy to work on that again if there is a community which wish on that direction. Okay, that's more of a comment then, but yes.
Yes, I think, Jordi, I think this might be an interesting approach. I think we had the aerospace discussion also recently, where to register IP addresses for this direction. Maybe this is a way to go. Maybe could also be a subsection of the different IIRs that they supply GOA community space. I don't know, but maybe let's keep the discussion open after this meeting. I will reach out to you.
So then we have Neil O'Reilly, who is this time an ULA user, and he's also the RIPE Vice Chair, but he doesn't have the hat on at the moment. He asked that, did you import registrations from 6XS to your new registry?
Yes, we did. And this was also very important. Like if we want to claim there's a ULA registry, which is very thin ice, I'm completely there with everybody, then at least the minimum we have to do is import everything that was in 6, and everything has been imported. And actually some already have been deleted, which is pretty cool because people came up and were like, oh, I saw there's a registry, I still have this prefix, which I don't use anymore, and they deregistered it. So yes, we did that.
Okay. Then we have Marco Hogewoning, public policy team. Maybe one of the ALB's the EU security strategy ponders about legislation, but then also mentors the potential to sunset IPv4. All on the caveat that when insufficient progress is made with IPv6 adoption, what would the RIPE community advise on this, other than avoiding legislative matters to force a particular technical choice? Force the use of IPv6 or discourage force the use of IPv4. Mind you, this strategy is focused on all of the market, not just public sector.
That is a tricky one, and you didn't make it easy at the end. Very lovely. Yeah, I don't have an answer right away for this one, to be honest. I think at the moment, what I see is a huge raise in price for IPv4. So in this regard, the market already does a little bit of its play, which we anticipated some years ago, or hoped everybody for some years ago. And I think we do see policies in the US, for instance, where governments are going IPv6 only, not only IPv6, but IPv6 only. So I think in this regard, I think what an IRR like RIPE can do and should do is to give the possibility to everybody to participate in IPv6 deployments. And for me, I have to say, I'm coming from the open source world like for more than 20 years now. And open source is an innovator. So giving the possibility to community and open source projects to run their own IPv6 space, EULA or GOA, different question. I think this can enable like a bottom-up development where those networks really can go ahead and say like, hey, I have my own space, and then they can innovate. But the question still is like, how do you maintain this, and who's maintaining it?
All right, then we have Rudiger Volk. You can speak now.
I remember the times when the IP, well, okay, when internet number resources were essentially available for free, and the one registry, well, okay, was in fact funded by the US federal government, and kind of for supporting communities that were outside of the actual very small internet of the time, that wanted to install TCP/IP locally or regionally, but, well, okay, with fairly limited perspective of interconnecting globally. In fact, well, okay, people started to, volunteers essentially started to hand out stuff, kind of getting centrally allocated space, and then doing sub-registries. And out of that, in the end, essentially in Europe, the RIPE registry, or RIPE NCC registry, came out. And I feel that from my experience discussing with parties that were considering what addresses they should be using, my take would be, if the address space that you are using in your technology actually has the free resources for everybody to go globally unique, you should go that way. And if the current ICANN anchored registry system does not offer a way for all of the communities to adequately address their needs, well, okay, that should be a trigger for thinking how to do that. Out of my work back in the days, in the end, the precursor in some way of ULA, it asked the RFC 1918 space, was defined, but well, okay, quite obviously, that was meant and declared to be, well, okay, that's just local, and, well, okay, you do not need to do a registry there, except for the case where you decide your enterprise network will not be connected to anybody else, and there will be no need for interconnecting under acquisitions and mergers and so on. Well, okay, yes, within your enterprise, you may need to run your really local registry as a very closed system. So thanks.
Thanks a lot, Rüdiger. I think I see your point, and I think that's also the gut feeling I have a little bit, that maybe this should be in a way like a community/volunteer effort. And to some degree, this was already a bit discussed on the IETF mailing list. One of the questions that came up there was like the usual one: who is going to pay it? And so for the background, the idea on the IETF mailing list was maybe we should have somebody giving our GUA, like global unique addresses, the same direction that you're suggesting, which I think is a good way, because it would not only give uniqueness but also globally addressable. And Yeah, I'm thinking this might be the way that somebody, I mean, sponsoring the address space is one thing, sponsoring the workforce behind this is probably another thing, and being recognized is a third thing. I think maybe one after another needs to be addressed like this. And I'm very interested in, like, if anybody is up for this task, I would love if you can reach out to me.
All right. I have Michael Richardson at the mic, and I have one more question. So I'll take the question first. And that's from Peter Hessler. If the community was to group together and form a layer to request and manage IPv6 address space, how much space should they request from the RIPE NCC?
I mean, that's an easy one for me to answer. I mean, with RIPE, you can easily start with a /32, and when it's used up, well, then we request another /32. You don't have anything where you don't need to have consecutive addresses. So as
yes, and actually the size where what you can get right away without any clarification is a /29 at the moment. So
oh yeah, even that's true.
Yes, I'm gonna grant.
And I think that would be plenty more than enough. If you assume a /48 per assignment, then it's 65,000, isn't it, per /32? Yeah.
Yes. Michael.
Hi, I've been a proponent of some kind of a non-connected IPv6 address space for a long time. My first experience came across this where I wanted to use it in a data center across multiple data centers, actually, through VPNs as a management network. And I have experience going back 30 years that inevitably these leak. When you see a leaked RFC 1918 address, you're just like, I have no idea who to tell. And that's also why I don't like ULA random, is because when they do leak and you see them, then who do you tell? And I think that the value of who is here is really quite high for quite a number of people, and also that kind of provides a little bit more of a feeling that nobody's going to come and stomp on me or do something terrible to me for using this address space. And I think that's really valuable. And the possibility of reverse DNS, actually, well, that really matters in IPv6, I think. So this is why I would like to have a thing. And I'm agnostic as to whether or not it's a /29 of global address space carefully managed, and for which RPKI says you shall never announce it, or whether it's, we finally get ULA Central working and the FD /8 working. I don't care which one it is. I think that a nominal fee to register it once is acceptable. And some of the places where I see there's a need for it is actually often within the chassis of equipment, not necessarily routing equipment. For instance, project I work on involves sonar equipment in fishing boats, and we have an IP network from the top to the bottom of the boat. And as I said, it'll leak. So I'd rather it wasn't RFC 1918, and I'd rather it was IPv6. And if there's too much paperwork, then I'll tell you what the engineers do, because the managers don't want to do the paperwork, is they'll use 1.1 or 11 network or something else like that on RFC, because they don't want to use 1918. And the reason they don't want to use it is because, well, that's on the other interface, right? Because the other side of that device is going to plug into something that's NATed, and they can't predict what it is. And so they have to use something that they think they'll never see out there. And the correct answer is you should use IPv6, right? But they don't, because they run into this, well, I can't get any address space to use this right. And it's not obvious that ULA random is really the right choice, because they want static addresses. And they think, oh, well, I have to use it different from every boat. Well, that's actually correct. You actually probably should do that, but it actually should be within your prefix that you owned, right? So you can be giving out, you can be doing /96s if you like with static assignment, okay? Because we're not doing Slack or anything. Or you can make out /64s out for each one. It doesn't really matter. That's your thing to your problem. But I really think we just need to enable this. We need to make it such that whenever someone's thinking, I have a bit of a networking that I need to describe, it's not public, they should be thinking, oh, I'm going to go to this address space, and for a registration fee of, I don't know, €7, you get it for the rest of the eternity of the universe, and that's it. Continue. So let's do it again. Let's make this happen, is what I say.
Okay.
Thanks for the comment.
Okay. And I've closed the question, and I'm closing this part because we're running out of time.
Okay.
Unless you have something really short.
Couple things. I've got a couple things I sent to the mailing list. Just one use case that tends to get forgotten in this community because most people are LIRs. If you have provider aggregated addresses and want to maintain some sort of independence from your ISP, EULAs are really, really helpful if you need to do your renumbering. There's a big difference between V4 and V6 in that IPv6 was from the beginning designed to support multiple addresses per interface, unlike IPv4. So this is where this is really, really useful at times. But the other thing is, we should be careful that we don't start a second address space that is sort of connected but not really, and people start to use EULAs across the internet through tunnels or whatever, where they really shouldn't. That's not helpful. Then they should use GUAs right from the start.
Thanks also for your comment. Much appreciated. And everybody, it's very much appreciated. It was a very fruitful discussion for me. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thank you, Nico, very much for your participation. Next up is Jan George with the new document, RIPE 554 bis. Go ahead, Jan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. You need to make me a presenter probably, so I can share slides.
I think you already are.
No, I'm still.
Yes. Now it's better. Now it's better. That's the old.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. My name is Jan George, for those who don't know me. And yeah, this has been a saga for updating RIPE 554 bis. This is supposed to be a quick update. For those who don't know who we are, these are the authors. Jan, that's me. And Sander, we did the RIPE 501. That was the first version of the document. Then came RIPE 554, where Mary Kekio joined. And this is, I think, nearly 10 years old document, and it's quite outdated. So we decided, after long discussion and many suggestions from the community, to actually go for 554 bis. So Tim Chown and Tim Winters joined the team, and we are now, I hope, in the last edit cycle of this document. So what is RIPE 554? That's basically a guidance for procurement when organizations around the world want to buy the equipment. This is the template how to ask for IPv6 capabilities, and this document was quite successful by enterprises and governments all around the world. I think it was translated into 16 or 17 languages around the world. And now it's time that we basically update it, because there were some typos, bad grammar. Basically, none of us were native English speaker in the past. So what we did, we updated some RFC references to current versions. We add fundamental RFCs like IPv6 over Ethernet. We removed the send, for example, because nobody's doing it anyway. We removed bound v6, it doesn't exist anymore. And the following slides are showing just the highlights of what we did. We just added some requirements, for example, handling of overlapping fragments. Then we have the atomic fragments considered harmful, then stable opaque addresses for SLAC and DHCP. RDNSS, mobile IPv6 basically became optional. It was mandatory before. Then changes for enterprise and ISP switches. We added some mandatory DHCP relay options. SAVI for DHCP v6 as optional. As you see, we are modernizing it because people these days needs to ask for all these questions. We also added RDNSS support, added that we don't assume /64, and we also added some optional DHCP v6 relay options. For the CPEs, we added mandatory simple security capabilities because we think that this is a good thing to do. There are some changes for mobile devices section. We removed basically the whole section. That's the biggest change that you can basically go for. We now only consider their Wi-Fi interfaces because that actually makes them a normal host. And 3GPP related standards are out of scope because I heard nobody going into RIPE 554 to read 3GPP requirements. Then there are some changes for the load balancers. We replace X forwarded 4 with the standard forwarded, and there are some changes for software. Yeah, programmers beware. We expanded the minimum requirements, like we allow all valid addresses in input, use recommended notation in output, DNS resolving must support quad A, connections must support IPv6 sockets, and so. And then when connecting, use default address selection or API both too, and make it explicit that this list is not exhaustive. So here is the link to the draft. We would like to think that we are at the end of the update. There are still some small little questions in there that needs to be solved, but basically this is what it is. So I would like to ask, and we all, the authors, would like to ask this working group: is there a consensus? Because RIPE 554 is very outdated, and we need to publish an updated version as soon as possible. We decided not to add new sections or new hardware or new type of equipment, because we just wanted to do a quick update of 554, bring it up to speed to the current date, and then we might handle those suggestions separately in the future with a new document or with the update of the 554Bs or something like this. So is there a consensus on publishing the current draft as the new RIPE document, the successor of 554? And is there a suggestion or consensus that we should have a look every 2 years if all the RFCs are still valid and do the refresh cycle, because having 10 years old RFC numbers in the document doesn't help much. And that's all from my side. Are there any questions, comments?
Oh yes, there are. There has been some discussion on the mailing list, and I think it's been answered quite well. But here's Blake Willis from Zio. Jan, is RFC 8950, RFC 5549 BGP tunnel signaling in scope for this document?
Oh, let me see. So we are mostly putting in here things that are IPv6 specific. So I will have to look for 8950. Sander, do you have an answer to this?
No, I don't. Sorry.
So currently 8950 is not in the document, but we could probably consider it for the next version. As said, we didn't want to expand the scope because then it would get years to get a consensus to publish the updated document.
Okay, then next up is a question of Erik Weinke from Cisco and IETF, but mainly IPv6 evangelist. I cannot find the following changes mentioned in the slides in the BIS. Don't use /64 and RFC 8200. Now includes atomic/overlapping fragments.
I think
so. There is no need anyway to mention those.
Yeah, I think we addressed that. Added don't assume 64.
All right, well, we will explain it a little bit more, I think. He's asked for the microphone and video of Brandon.
And he disappeared.
And here he's back again. Doing his cat and mouse game.
Sorry about that. I should be used to meet Eco, but I'm not really. So mainly first, I turn on the camera to say hello to Jan and Stefan and to everyone. But basically, Jan, those texts that you put in the slide, I don't see them into the BIS document at all. So I'm just wondering whether the pointer you put at the end is the latest version, or are the slides slightly outdated compared to this version?
Well, slides, I think the slides were done before the last changes.
Okay.
So we have 8200 in the requirements for the host equipment.
Yeah, then it's
I was the
okay.
one
That's
who
fine.
made the slides last week for UK NOV,
Yeah.
and I didn't think there were many changes to the document after that. But what I actually did is I made a text dump of the old document, a text dump of the new document, and used plain old diff to get all the changes between them. But I might have made a mistake somewhere.
I was just wondering, right? So that's obviously a very nice, and say hello to Corinne behind you.
I have Tim Schoen as well asking for audio, so you're on.
Eric, the IPv6 basic specification updated its number, and we just updated the number in the document. We didn't want to highlight it that just the number changed, you know, because it's basically the same document just updated. Okay.
Tim Schoen was there for a minute, but I think he revoked his request to speak.
I also found, I think, the line that that Eric was referring to. I think that bit of the presentation came from RFC 7608, which is IPv6 prefix length recommendations for forwarding, which explicitly mentions that prefix lengths longer than /64 must be supported in forwarding.
Okay.
The other two RFCs, maybe I try now. The other two RFCs you mentioned, Eric, we did remove them from the BIS document as you requested. We confirmed that on the mailing list. But the slides, as Sander said, ones you used previously, and the slides have not been updated. So if you look at the Google Doc, which is the latest snapshot, you'll see that those things have been removed as you suggested.
Okay, we have one more question from Christoph Berkemeyer. Are you aware of automated or semi-automated test scripts or environments for your recommendations?
Okay, no, because This is the main and basic mistake that lots of people is doing. This document is meant to be used as a template, because there are inside things like if such a functionality is required, then this RFC is requested. So, for example, if support for tunneling and dual stack is required, the device must support basic transition mechanism for IPv6 hosts and routers. Then, you know, okay, technically it could be possible to build a script or a system that would go and test, but you would have to set in the script, in the mechanism, everything that you want or need. But that would be quite complex. If somebody wants to do that, well, we are more than happy to include it in the next version of the document where this mechanism is. But this a little bit reminds me of a feedback that we got from some people where this document was used in terms of they put out the tender and they said your equipment must be in compliance with RIPE 554. That's not possible. You need to go in. This is a template. You need to go in and copy paste basically parts that you need that are actually requested. So the answer is no. But if somebody builds something like this, well, why not? That would be
so
great.
on the chat, Blake Willis is referring to the University of New Hampshire. They have a interop testing lab that does independent testing.
Yes, so we have in our document there are at some RFCs, at some requirements there are asterisks, these are stars, and that asterisks are indicating that these requirements are being tested by IOL UNH. So if you want just to test these, then you can go to UNH and have a look at their list of certifications.
Okay, thank you so
far.
And
Tim Chown is asking, the open question on IRC was whether we should add young. But I think that we should wait for the next version of the document. So my question is, should we go forward with this, or do we need to change anything else? Do we have a consensus?
Well, I'd say if you decide you want to do the work, nobody's going to complain.
Shall we do this, that we keep the mailing list open till, say, next Wednesday, and then
we are looking at the chat, and people is go forward.
I'm very happy to go forward, but just in case, if there's anyone who still, this is your very, very last chance, would it be a good idea to do this next week on the mailing list?
So should
we want to do it now?
So should we declare this a last call?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'll do that right after this meeting.
Thank you very much. Thank you
all very much,
everybody, for the hard work.
And I would like also to thank Suzanne Taylor from the RIPE NCC for doing the scribe of this, which reminds me, we have our previous minutes, which have been on the website for a very long time, and we have seen no comments on them. So I also declare those as being the final ones now. And I really hope to see people next time in Berlin, or at least anywhere in a real meeting. And I think no one has any objections against that. With that, I'd like to thank you all for participating. We had some 250 people being here. Thank you for joining us. Pity, Benedict, you had some problems with the cam, but well,
yep. Sorry about that.
Technique is technique. It's probably not working on IPv6 anyway. So thank you all, and see you next time, hopefully live.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. The open source working group will start in roughly 2-3 minutes. So if you wanted to join Connect working group, you're on the wrong place and you should go to another room. Although I think this is much better working group, so I would recommend you to stay here. So good morning, everyone. This is one of the best working group that you can see during the RIPE meeting. This is open source working group. Again, a reminder for those who are interested in Connect working group is that's in another room. So if you are interested in that topic, please reconnect to the other room. My name is André Philipp, and I'm here together with Martin Winter. We are co-chairs of this working group. And again, welcome. Good afternoon. Let me present the agenda. Martin, can you advance the slides? Oh, of course, housekeeping first. You know, I think after a few days and fourth virtual meeting, you know Meetecho very well, but just a reminder, you can either ask your questions in the Q&A sections, or you can request audio and video if you are interested. You can use a chat, but the chat is not monitored. So if you have really a question, please use the Q&A section. And of course, the session is recorded, and we all expect you to fully comply with the common rules of discussion and normal behavior. So that's for the housekeeping. Next slide, please, Martin. And I will give the floor to Martin, and he'll introduce you the agenda.
Okay, so we have a bunch of interesting talks. So first of all, the minutes from the previous working groups, they were mailed out, and they should also be posted. I hope the ones who are interested have looked at it. The other ones who missed it, they should suggest you go read about it. Action lists, I don't think we have anything. We had this fall working group chair re-election stuff there. Myself and Andre, we both were standing, but as we had a spot for a third one, we are happy to announce that Marco Sanz from the E6 wanted to become a chair, and we are happy to elect it, basically have him joining it. So we are basically will be 3 working group chairs starting from the next RIPE meeting on. So the chair officially starts at the end of the RIPE meeting. And he will talk a little bit at the end of it. Then from the talk, We have first a talk from Andre from RIPE NCC about the virtual IPv6 security lab environments. Then we go on from the Looking Glass. We have from Annika. We have an interesting thing. She seems to be working a lot on interesting open source Looking Glass, which works with multiple like BGP backends. And then we have also the building about TCP stacks on XDP. I'm not sure and if everyone here is familiar with XDP, that's a high performance network layer on Linux. Basically, it's kind of an answer to some of the other like user space like extensions for like high speed data performance. And as I mentioned before, at the end, we'll introduce Marcus Sanz as an additional working group chair. And I think with that, basically, let's go back and not waste much time. We had one quick comment from Kurt Kaiser. I just want to bring that one up. He just said, like, just a comment beforehand, many people are afraid to use open source due to unclear license rules. It will it will help to tell about this. So I suggest that whenever like the talks are, if there is any specific licensing, please mention that. That's many of the speakers. Otherwise, maybe that would be an interesting talk for the future, if somebody wants to talk about some of these issues and problems. And with that, let's hand over to Andre from like RIPE. Let's see where the
Oh, hello everyone. I'm not sure whether you can see me. I tried to turn on my camera, but of course, after so many tests, it doesn't work at the moment when it should. Okay, so let me try to change the devices. That's embarrassing. Now that's embarrassing. Okay. I will just unplug the camera that I use, and maybe it will start working.
At least we can see your picture, Andre, so not so bad.
It's almost better to see the picture, but still.
I didn't want to say that.
Okay, technical. Let me refresh my browser window because my browser got stuck. So I will be there in a minute. I'm back. Hello.
Wow, with video this time. Good.
So quick restart, and now my talk is here. I'm ready. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my talk, which I will introduce the virtual IPv6 security lab environment that I've been working on past months, let's say. First of all, let me quickly introduce this department of RIPE NCC called Learning and Development, which maybe you are familiar under its old name, which was Training Services of RIPE NCC, because it started providing mostly face-to-face trainings to LIRs, to our members. And we still do these face-to-face trainings, but of course we suspended them due to COVID-19 in last year, and we haven't restarted them yet. But we also did other things, and that's why we are now learning and development. Mostly we do webinars, which are live interactive sessions, similar to what everybody now does because of COVID, but we did it before it was cool. So we now have 1 or 2 hour long webinars, which are interactive and live always. And then we also have ways that you can learn yourself. So we have RIPE NCC Academy, which is an e-learning platform that is accessible to completely everyone, and anyone can use it for learning themselves in their own pace. And with this academy, if you get the skills, well, if you get the skills either way, you can now get certified. And for that, we have this program called RIPE NCC Certified Professionals, where you actually prove your skills by doing an online proctored exam, and then you get a badge, and you also get some T-shirts like this one I'm wearing, and things like that. So you can actually get a certificate that you know the stuff, how RIPE NCC works, and that you know how IPv6 security works and things like that. Yeah, and our latest addition to this portfolio was actually IPv6 security e-learning course. We already had IPv6 security. IPv6 security. How do you call it? Face-to-face training and webinars. And now we also made an e-learning course. And for that e-learning course, it's always good if you can actually, if it's not just reading, but it's always like you can actually practice yourself and do some examples, try it yourself, have some hands-on. And for that and for this this course, the new thing that I'm actually presenting now is that we have such thing, and we have a hands-on lab environment that anybody can download and install and then play with it. On this picture, you actually see the map of the environment. So it's very simple in this way. Basically, 3 computers running Linux connected to one network segment where IPv6 is deployed. It's not a real IPv6. It's just like demo. There are lots of tools for trying different, let's say, attack scenarios and protecting against them and similar things. There was this thing how to do it in this RIPE NCC Academy. If it's like open to anybody, that means that anybody can use it, and delivering labs for literally anybody is something that gets a little bit challenging, because it should be universally scalable. There shouldn't be a hard limit of how many users can concurrently run the labs. And because we are offering it for free, it should not cost us too much money. It can cost some money, but not too much. And we also would like to offer people solution that they can play as long as they like to. So nothing like time limited. And also it should be easy to use. So out of all these requirements, we decided to give a try to deliver a virtual machine image. So basically, computers are now very powerful. So the idea was that you download a virtual machine image, and this virtual machine image will help you. You will run on your computer in your own time, as long as you wish. But of course, it does have its sort of challenges. First of all, that we have like 3 major platforms: Windows, Mac OS, Linux. All of them support virtualization, but there is no the virtualization technology is different on every single platform, and the only common solution is Oracle VirtualBox, which is a little bit, yeah, not the best thing, I would say, but at least it on all 3 platforms and looks similar. The other thing with virtual machine is that if you run virtual machine, you always have problem with screen resolution and keyboard layout, because there's no universal screen resolution and universal keyboard layout. And if you are used to, let's say, AZERTY keyboard, and you now present it with QWERTY keyboard, it has some issues. So we are solving this issue by delivering headless virtual machine that only works via web interface. So you basically use your own web browser to access the lab running in the virtual machine. And the third problem that is we are facing is that deploying a virtual machine image is hard. And for that, we are utilizing another tool called Vagrant. So how does this thing actually work? If you want to run this labs, you of course have precise how to do it, which is part of the RIPE NCC Academy. So if you follow the IPv6 security course in RIPE NCC Academy, you will actually get like six hands-on tutorials, and the first one is actually install the lab environment. So what you have to do, you have to install VirtualBox and install Vagrant. These are like readily available tools for all three major platforms. And then basically what you do, you open your terminal and type those two commands that are on slide. And then after a minute or so, after it downloads about 2 gig VM image and run it, you will get on localhost on port 8080. You will get the lab environment which you can use in your web browser, and there are basically consoles of 3 virtual machines, and those machines come with pre-installed tools that are taught in the RIPE NCC academic course. So you basically just use those tools to, let's say, attack each other between those computers, or also protect against some attacks. And you can try that you put there the protection and whether the protection works or not. So I think it's pretty like even though it's not something very advanced, it's basically 3 Linux computers connected on one network. You can actually play a lot with that, and we try to offer lots of space for playing with that. If we look under the hood how everything works, everything is based on open source. It's based on Ubuntu 2004 LTS base image. And to deliver those 3 virtual computers that you play with, we actually use containers by LXD. LXD is like something that is native for Ubuntu. Then we pre-install all the tools there. And to make the consoles easily accessible via the web interface, we use TTID, which is a small web server and lots of JavaScript that makes the Linux terminal accessible over WebSocket. And in order to be able to, because HTTP is not stateful protocol, so in order to not to lose your state when you refresh browser, there's Tmax, which is actually multiplexing several connections to the same screen from different browser windows. There's also some static web page around it, so to make it a little bit nicer, which is served by Nginx. And everything is put together using Ansible, and the Ansible playbooks together with Vagrant file, everything is publicly developed and publicly accessible on RIPE NCC GitHub account. So you can look how it works. You can use it as a base for other projects similar. I'm definitely going to use it as a base project for other labs, for other e-learnings, and so on. Then maybe I'm just like, there's also labs article, which I went a little bit deeper into detail how the things work, but I'm not going to talk about it here. What I'm going to talk about is one particular thing that I figured out, and that may be interesting even completely like outside of this topic. And is that we have a lab about ICMPv6 redirects and how they can be easily abused if you are on the same segment to do some man-in-the-middle stuff and things like that. And it turned out that that our lab worked very well with Linux kernel 4.17 or lower, but from version 4.8 it didn't work. Linux in 4.18 more seems to ignore ICMPv6 redirects no matter how set it up it is, at least with Ubuntu. It also turned out that if you actually use kernel level auto configuration, so that's the default thing, if you have just kernel and just turn on an interface and it will configure itself for IPv6, it works. But this is not how current Linux distributions are operating. They usually use some user space management in order to set up also things like DNS. So for instance, Ubuntu uses systemd networkd, but the same story is with DHCP-CD. And with those daemons running, the redirects are not accepted anymore, which is pretty strange. I tried to report it to Linux kernel developers, but unfortunately I failed to make a simple enough test that would fail, that would prove that something is wrong there. And after all, redirects are not recommended. Most people don't need that, so probably nobody noticed that there is such there's such a feature, let's say, of Linux kernel. Yeah, so for our lab environment, we need them. So actually, what I did is that I reverted to this kernel level auto configuration, which works. Yeah, that's basically it. Of course, we would like to have some feedback from users whether they find this environment like working, or whether they have some issues with installing or running it. Whether there is whether like it's a viable way, or we should scrap it and do something else, like some cloud-based labs and things like that. We're also going to have an open house on labs on 8th of December. So feel free to join if you are interested in this topic. And yeah, the future plans would be for other labs. We will not use only Linux, but we would like to have also some real networking gear, which is now already available as containers, so it should be doable. But there may be some license issues which I haven't looked through yet, so I'm not sure whether it would work like this. Anyway, get this also as an invitation to our new IPv6 security e-learning course, which is accessible on academy.ripe.net. And that, I would be happy to accept any questions.
Thank you very much, Andrei. I like the approach that everything is on GitHub, so everybody can use it. Do we have any questions or comments or whatever remarks? Brent Carr asked, so yeah, Brent, I will allow you.
Sorry for the delay there. I had to click various allows in my browser before I appeared. Andrea, this is really good. I don't really have a question, more encouragement. This is really good work. It's nice to see the technology you're using as well. I think this is really good. I think my only, I think the only concern I've got slightly is that, and some people have mentioned this in the chat as well, is that some of this won't work on newer Macintoshes with ARM CPUs. So if you're using M1 Macs, you're not going to be able to run VirtualBox. I mean, maybe you can get Vagrant connected up to VMware Fusion on an M1 Mac or something like that. So maybe it is doable, but it's not going to work as easily as others.
Yeah, thank you very much for that comment. Yeah, of course, this is something. Yeah, as long as current computers will stop being x86 based, doing virtualization will be much worse. But in the end, yes, the idea is here, like everything we do is actually open source, and the adjustment for different architecture, for instance, shouldn't be that hard. The problem is that, yeah, somebody has to do it, and somebody has to maintain all the versions. So we are not doing now because I'm not capable of maintaining everything. But if it turns out that there's like significant user group that would use this, yeah, we can try to put it. It should be easy job, but it will be some work.
That's the beauty of open source, right?
Exactly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this comment. I do not see any other comments, so thank you very much, Andrei. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And I would like to ask Annika to join. Annika Henning from D6, and she will speak about the looking glass. So Annika, the floor is yours.
Hi. Hi everyone. So let me quickly grab my slides and yeah, cool. Welcome to my talk. I'm Annika. I am a freelance software developer. I write mostly open source stuff, but I work for internet exchanges, mostly in Europe, like for example DKIX. And yeah, one of the things I do is writing an open source looking glass. It's called Alice, and I'm doing this for 5 years. now, and I'm going to talk a bit about this. So this is Alice. Well, not really, but she has a new dress since this year. But you're not here to talk about this. You're here to talk about the looking glass, which is this one. All right. So what is a looking glass? A looking glass is basically a small tool you can run on your servers to, well, present a way to your, for example, customers to reflect on the current state of your route service you're having and show routes, show prefixes, show the neighbors on the route servers, and show maybe why a specific prefix was rejected because, for example, some filtering mechanism just rejected it. All right, so a little bit of history. It was like 10 RIPEs ago at the RIPE 73 hackathon in Madrid that we started this little project. Barry O'Donovan back in the days pitched a small idea for providing a small HTTP interface for BERT, for actually getting information out of this. And coincidentally, a couple of days prior to this, I was approached by a coworker, and we had a look at our looking glass. I was working at eKicks back then, and yeah, I saw the old looking glass, and I thought, yeah, well, sometimes things, sometimes things crash and so on. But yeah. And so I was there at the hackathon, and we were then thinking, yeah, okay, let's do this. And after short 2 days of hacking, Barry managed to come up with a HTTP API for the bird route server, and at the same time, I built the bird's eye looking glass because, yeah, we called the entire project Bird's Eye. However, well, as Captain Bird's Eye turns out to be a bit of already taken registered trademark, we later decided to rebrand this. But yeah, back then at eKicks, I presented this to my colleague Stefan Pluch, and we had a good look at the source, and I involved a colleague of mine, Veit Heller, and we ported the initial version of the source of the API from PHP to Go, and this is now living as the Birdwatcher. And well, obviously we changed the name to Alice, and this is what it's now called. Okay, some technical stuff. Alice is built quite modular, and you have it's built quite modular. You can put in various kinds of backends there, like for example, Bird, Bird2, OpenBGP since recently, and GoBGPD are right now supported. It's basically built as a small application providing a backend, serving an API, where a front-end application is then consuming this API and rendering everything. So it's easy to use, for example, in scripts and so on. It's open source. Check it out on GitHub, and yeah, please contribute. So a bit about the architecture. As you might know, well, it's route servers. Route servers, connecting route servers directly to the internet might be not the best thing to do. So it's a bit like, okay, there is always something in between, like for example, the Birdwatcher actually interacting with the routing daemon. 1 second. Or for example, a GoBGP looking glass daemon providing or serving, for example, in the case of OpenBGP, the structured output directly. Yeah, features. What can you expect when you're using Alice? So one thing I'm quite proud of is, yeah, you can turn this pretty much into this. So it's completely themable, and you can nicely integrate your corporate CI. And yeah, other cool features are, for example, related peers. You can see, for example, if you're inspecting a particular neighbor, and this neighbor is present on other route servers you're having, you will see this related peer directly as a tab there. You have a nice visualization for example, best route, or for example, this route is black holed, and so on. And yeah, of course, our large BGP communities are human readable and can be colorized and so on. But yeah, these are all the things I think you already know. Maybe if you have already seen the Looking Glass at some point, maybe you have. It's adopted through it's adopted widely throughout the Internet Exchange bubble worldwide. And yeah, what pretty much happened during the last two years? Well, this doesn't look impressive, but bear with me for a second. So GoBGP support was improved. I added a timeout. Bug fixes were introduced. Well, the IRR link to the IRR Explorer were broken, and well, they're now fixed. Bird2 support was improved. I added another timeout, but not only that, also the main table is now configurable. Yeah, but there is more. Well, when you're working as long as I did on open source project, and sometimes, well, an open source project starts a bit smaller and then it grows over the years, and all of a sudden you're ending up having a repository where you pretty much have everything in a single folder and not really good structured. And so I spent quite some time actually doing some maintenance work and refactoring this victim of entropy a bit to a modern Go project structure with including GitHub workflows and having a dedicated command, and everything is now nicely structured in packages and so on. And yeah, speaking of GitHub workflows, CI was added. So right now you can use your favorite container running tool to pull Alice and run it. And yeah, as I already mentioned, OpenBGPD was introduced as a feature, as a backend. And I really have to thank the Route Server Support Foundation for supporting me with this feature and yeah, sponsoring this feature. And yeah, so now we have not only Bird as a backend, GoBGP as a backend, also we can use OpenBGPD, which is nice. But yeah, what's next? What I'm working on right now. And yeah, let's have a short look at this maybe. So as I already said, it's a 5-year-old code base, and some ideas just didn't age that very well. And I already spent the last, I think, 3 weeks on and off, always sometimes in the evening, sitting on my couch. Oh, well, let's go over the source code, let's run static check, and let's fix linter errors because, well, the language evolved. We don't write Go we don't write Go like we did 5 years ago. And so, well, yeah, we fixed, there were quite a lot of things to fix. Also, for example, you learn things. This is an example where I learned quite a lot of things. For example, In the old version, I had a lookup route, which was basically a copy of a normal route, just with additional information about the neighbor, where the route was announced from, and the route server the route is present on. In the first naive implementation, I thought, okay, so how do I exchange between these routes? But then I learned something across the last 5 years or so, namely that you can actually use composition in Go, and all of a sudden this code just boils down to a much more nicely readable version. And yeah, these are like tons of this right now going on in there. And one of the things is I'm doing a complete overhaul right now of the internal state and the internal caching of, for example, routes and neighbors. So I abstracted it all right now, and right now I'm rewriting this to reflect or to first use a parallel refreshing strategy, and I separated the storage of the routes from the accessing and refresh of routes and neighbors. So yeah, this allows me to introduce in the next step that I can introduce Postgres or some other backend for actually keeping this application state, which should alleviate two pains with this, which are, well, if you are running a large installation with a lot of route servers, you might run into the problem that, well, crash recovery will take a while until all the routes are present there again in the store. So this will be no longer a problem, and the memory footprint, especially with large installations, is a lot. But yeah, moving the application state out of the memory and into some application actually designed for holding state, like e.g. a Postgres database, should alleviate this. Yeah, and plans for next year are pretty much taking a good look at the client application, because, well, what I did was primarily migrating a 5-year-old Go code base into the future and moving, and we did tons of refactoring, but the world in JavaScript land didn't sleep. And nowadays, writing React applications is, well, a completely different thing like you did, for example, 5 years ago. 5 years ago, doing your state handling with Redux was all the rage, but nowadays, you come so far with just React hooks and have a so much more cleaner code base. So next year, all the classes-based components will be gone. They will be replaced by a pure functional React front end, and this should already. And I hope I can remove some dependencies. And yeah, this is. These are kind of my plans for Alice and the next coming years and the next year, pretty much. Yeah, okay. Please check it out. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm a bit ahead of time, I think, but all good. Right. Okay. Are there any questions?
So yes, there are a few questions. Let me read them out. So the first question came from Gordon Gidofalvi. I'm sorry if I misspell your last name. From Two Cows Ting Fiber, he asked, is the Alice Looking Glass specifically made for use in IXPs?
Well, it's not. You can use it whenever you're using a routing daemon, like, for example, BERT and OpenBGP and so on. It's not especially built. Well, thing is, it's primarily used by IXPs, and so focus on IXP functionality, like, for example, this related peers and so on, are are, well, maybe something which are not required in other constellations. But yeah, I mean,
I think the second question goes. Deploy it. I think the second question goes in the same direction from Dirk Meyer, from like private about the Netcom. Can it be used to monitor border routers instead of route servers? So I think the answer probably depends what you use for the border router, what daemon.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you are using BERT for your edge or for your border router, then you should be good. If you are using a Cisco or Juniper, well, no worries. Just create a source, create a fork, and create a pull request, and it will be merged.
Okay, then we have a question from Vasilis from MagnaGuide. It seems that it is hard to find available Looking Glass servers. Is there a place, or can Alice Looking Glass API help to find up-to-date Looking Glass servers?
So it's not a universal Looking Glass. So it's just providing the Looking Glass information or the prefixes and route information of a single IX or a couple of IXs. But it's not meant as a single source of, okay, you can go here for querying, for example, M6, links, DKIX, and so on, which would be a nice project though. But it's not a meta Looking Glass in that sense. Maybe I didn't get your question correctly. But
okay, yeah. Then we have another question from Vesna. I don't even try her last name. Sorry, Vesna, from the RIPE NCC. What kind of contribution, help, or support do you need from the community?
All right. So I always love to see when there's participation, and participation in the project has gone up. Of course. Yeah, sharks. Send more blue highs. No, but yeah. What do we need? Of course, seeing pull requests is always a cool thing. I really love to get together again at some hackathon, hopefully, and maybe work together with other people on this and have a nice community meetup again at some event. And yeah, maybe we can see each other sometimes in person. But other than that, no. So project is funded, and it's going very well. And yeah, but I'm always looking for contributions. I hope I could lower the entry barrier a bit by modernizing the layout and trying to make this containerable and so on. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's the first session. So thank you very much for your talk.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next speaker up is Libor Pelton, I hope I say his name correctly, from the CSIGNIC. He's talking about the building a modern TCP stack for high-performance DNS on top of XDP. Okay, Libor, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Libor Pelton. I'm from CSIGNIC, the Czech National Domain Registry, and I'm the developer of NotDNS, the authoritative DNS server open source implementation. For those who are interested, it's GPL version 3.0. And today I will talk about XDP again, because I have already on different meetings. But the novelty here is that for the first time, I will talk about XDP with connection with TCP protocol. But yeah, I will talk about all of this in connection with our DNS server, but I hope that those ideas are somehow useful also in general for other kinds of networking daemons and applications. So let me start with an introduction about what is XDP. XDP is a new technology which is supported by recent Linux kernels, and this allows to filter the incoming traffic, and the selected part of the traffic, for example, in case of our DNS server, it will be the DNS traffic that arrives on port 53. And this selected traffic will then bypass the Linux kernel processing completely and will go from the wire directly to the user space application. So in our case, the DNS server. This is good for performance because this way the packet processing doesn't stand in the way, and the application, the server, can directly answer all the queries that arrive. But it has some interesting consequences, like anything that is in the kernel watching for the traffic will not see this part of the traffic. So for example, firewall or some traffic analyzers, probes, or some advanced routing tools will not see this traffic at all. So yes, this XDP technology was not designed primarily for DNS, but it appeared that it's a good match for DNS over UDP, for the simplest way of DNS, because with DNS over UDP there are high numbers of small packets, and the packet processing overhead in the Linux kernel takes much time. So bypassing this kernel is really useful for DNS over UDP. So we implemented this in NodeDNS 3.0 already more than a year ago, and I think it was a big success. The performance improved several times, at least according to our own measurements. And for independent measurements, I've heard that there will be a talk next week about an independent measurements of the improvement of performance with XDP in DNS. So I'm really looking forward to that. And since the version 3.0, we made only some smaller improvements, like we allowed a slightly non-trivial routing in connection with this XDP. So when this DNS over UDP processed by XDP was such a success, we decided that it's the obvious next step to try the same for DNS over TCP. So the first motivation was research and experimentation. We wanted to try it and see if there are any hurdles or if it's viable at all, or if the performance will improve. But we had some other motivation for like the longer term usage of DNS over TCP over XDP, because we struggle with the performance of TCP in kernel as such. It's not that the TCP stack in kernel would be slow. It's pretty robust and it's wonderful and everything. But for the specific DNS traffic where each TCP connection transfers just very little data, the kernel is not optimized this way. The slowest thing on this are the file descriptors, because as you know, in Linux kernel, whenever you have a TCP connection, a file descriptor will be created for this. And creating a file descriptor is an expensive operation, and it's even worse in multi-threaded application because there is a mutex that logs each time a file descriptor is created, and this really hurts. And we also thought that our own implementation sitting on top of XDP can be better in mitigating various slow noise attacks and DDoS attacks. And we need a better security and performance of TCP for increasing use of DNS over TCP in general. It's because increasing use of DNSSEC and the flag days limiting the size of the data that fit in the UDP packet. And my personal idea is that also there are some concerns in the DNS community that we are not able to switch from using DNS over UDP whatsoever, because simply the servers will not be capable to handle all the TCP connection. For example, the root servers have many number of queries per second, and for DNS over UDP this is okay, but if all those queries came across TCP, they may have some difficulties. But I think that with powerful enough TCP stack, this argument can be withdrawn, and some features, for example, DNS cookies that make sense only for UDP, could be withdrawn for the future as well. So we decided in the end to indeed implement some TCP stack for DNS over TCP over XDP. And we looked on existing DNS, open source DNS stacks around, for example, LWTCP, if they are usable for this. But it showed that they are mostly designed for IoT, and their API is suitable for operating with kernel itself or with specific device drivers, but not with XDP, unfortunately. So we decided to implement one more TCP stack ourselves, which will be designed with the DNS specifics in mind. And it will also help the diversity because, well, obviously the internet is running almost exclusively just Linux kernels, right? So we implemented something. The TCP stack is implemented to some degree, but it showed that it's not so simple like that. It's not only about parsing the TCP header with some options and implementing the handshake state machine, but TCP has many dark corners. For example, when designing, we had to take careful design decisions about connection stability, because the requirements document often require that the server shall try hard to keep any connection alive. This means it shall store some incomplete received data in some buffers, or some unacknowledged sent data in buffers and resend them occasionally. And this all takes memory, but the attacker can use this as an attack surface when he tricks the server to store many data in those buffers and exhaust the memory. So one shall really take care about the design of the TCP stack so that it's safe, secure, but it's working in general. So we implemented it with some limitations. Some of them are temporary, and some of them are more principal. For example, the limitation of current implementation is there is no congestion control at all. For DNS over TCP, we are not sending any important amounts of data, so this doesn't care at all. The only thing is zone transfer for large zones, where the congestion control would be necessary. It works otherwise, but with this exact one limitation. We also, for now, do not receive out-of-order packets. We consider them lost because it's easier for a programmer point of view, but this can be improved in the future. And we do not perform path MTU discovery, because by examining closed packets, it's not viable for short-lived connections like DNS over TCP is, and by using ICMP, it has many other security issues, and it's difficult to make it safe and solid. So we implemented the TCP stack to a degree where it's already clear which like general properties it will have. It is not yet so much complete that it's safe and usable in any conditions, but it already can be measured. So we measured the performance of this stack in our conditions. And the first test case was simply open the connection, send one query, receive the answer, and close the connection. And this way, our XDP implementation was roughly 10 times faster than the conventional Linux stack. For the normal SYN attack, it was just a little bit faster, but still okay. And the third test case was an incomplete query, where we open the connection, send the query, but with the last byte missing, so that the server has to store this incomplete query in buffers until it times out. And for our stack, it was consistently managed to receive 2 million of such incomplete queries per second. And for the conventional TCP, it was difficult to measure because the figures differed a lot. So unfortunately, I'm not able to provide the exact numbers, but in any case, they were 1 or 2 magnitudes lower. And one of the good outcomes of this work and project is also the KXDP GAN tool, which is the DNS debugging and measuring tool. It's also using XDP, and it's using the same routines that the server uses for communication over XDP. And obviously, with this new TCP functionality, it also includes a TCP stack, so it's able to create DNS over TCP traffic and measure how the server is able to answer it and in which rate. And it also has some advanced options for performing various attacks. So for example, the SYN attacks and various denial of service attacks and those attacks that try to deplete the buffer memory. So this KXDP and GAN tool is ready for you to use in general, maybe also with the normal implementations and other implementations of DNS servers. And let me conclude with the view into the future. So our plans are to finish this work. We have already released some working TCP stack in Node.dns 3.1, but we are going to release a much better and improved version in 3.2 next year. And after that, it will, obviously, we need to keep managing it and do slight improvements, but I think that the 3.2 will be a milestone in this area. And we also need to find some users, for example, those operators that are concerned about slow loris attacks and DDoS attacks, or who are already using XDP for DNS over UDP. They might be interested in also turning on TCP for them. It's very easy, just a few configuration options. And maybe most important thing is that we can use all those lessons learned for future DNS over QUIC implementation on top of XDP, which might be for the future one of the killer features of Node.dns. So that's it. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Libor. I think we have one question from Vesna. Let me read it. Can you point to some links where I can learn more, or would you write about this for RIPE Labs? Thanks.
We have not yet written any articles about this DNS over TCP done over XDP because it's very fresh and it's not completely finished yet, but we will definitely in the future. So far, there are just articles about DNS over UDP, perform over XDP, and they are easily Googleable, I hope. So please wait for the feature, and you can definitely read more about this.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. Oh, I see one more question from Benno. Benno, your access is granted.
Thank you. Benno Overeinde and Alnet Labs. Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. Also, kind of answer to Vesna. In the past year, Willem Torop and Tom Karpai also did some work on XDP with DNS, not specific for a DNS server. So it was kind of annotating or kind of annotating a DNS server with XDP. So what Tom, Luc, and Willem did is kind of implementing XDP functionality or DNS functionality in XDP to track cookies, for example, or to do response rate limiting. So actually do some work for the DNS server. And that was also quite successful. So then you have some kind of generic framework you can put in front of a name server like, well, our own NSD or NOT, of course, or Powerless. And I think it's been published as a RIPE Lab article also, or on APNIC Labs. But it's a very interesting technology, and Alnet Labs will also look into, well, using this technology in our software. Thank you very much. Very inspiring. Yeah.
Thank you, Benno. So we can look forward for some future presentation from you then. Thank you for that.
Yes, you can put us on the list. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And we are going to the close of the meeting, so I apologize. I need to cut the mic queue off. Thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you.
And we have one more point, which is introduction of a new co-chair. Martin, do you want to invite Marcos and say something about the process?
Yes. As I mentioned before, we have the yearly re-election of chairs. We have a maximum of 3, and we are happy that Marcos was interested to become a new chair. So that will be at least, so for a year we will be 3 chairs, and then next year there is another election again. And with that, I want to give over to Marcos. He can introduce himself and maybe bring up a few ideas and stuff.
Okay, thank you very much. I really don't want to take much long because we're already over time. My name is Marcos Sanz. I am 45-year-old. I'm an engineer at heart, and I work currently as head of software at Dikix. And when Martin and Andre asked me why I was stepping up, then I answered that I wanted to give back to the community by serving. And so I started enumerating open source projects that I have been working in the past. And then I went through the first one, and it was like a failure because it didn't fly. And I went through the second one, and that really didn't take off. And then I went to the third one, and then it started dawning on me like I'm a failure with open source. Okay, that a project that I touch is some kind of Enter Midas spell, and then started feeling blue and crying. And then Martin came and said, "But Marcos, you've learned so much from failures, and then you really can do it better." And then he cheered me up a bit, and then I thought, okay, yes, I think I'm going to do it. Okay. With my current employer, I also support open source projects, and they have already been presented here at RIPE, and they will try keeping you up to date with those projects. But I'm certainly not here to talk about my projects or the projects of my employer. I'm here to help Andre and to help Martin, because they have done a magnificent job. And I want to bring my energy, my sharing expertise, and I want to foster development of open source, usage of open source, discussion, giving feedback to developers to help them guide their projects, especially those projects that are relevant to the RIPE community. And while I talk a lot about failures of open source failures at the beginning, the question stands, and what makes an open source project successful? And I think it has an easy answer. I think it's when good software meets real needs of users. And I think this working group is the meeting room for both of these to meet and for this to happen. And yeah, it's a pleasure to serve. It's an honor to serve. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Okay, if there are any questions to Marcos or any of us about that whole thing, you have a few seconds to speak up. Otherwise, we are basically done. Again, we welcome Marcos. Will be interesting. One more person with contacts who may have good ideas. And what makes a successful open source project, I say, like the first thing is a community who basically supports it.
I don't see any questions, so I think with that we can conclude our session. Thank you very much. We had more than 200 participants, so that's a great attendance. Thank you very much, and fingers crossed that next time we could be able to make it at least hybrid, if not completely physical, because we can see that encouraging people to present through video is much more complicated than encouraging or ask them to speak on stage. So let's hope we will be able to meet. It would be really perfect. Thank you so much, and see you next time.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Welcome, guys. Sanya here for your stretch session. So my name is Sanya. As I mentioned before, I'm from Yoga Sila in the Netherlands, and we're gonna have a little stretch session on our chair. So join me on the chair. Have your hands just on your thighs for a moment. Make some circles with the shoulders. One direction, other direction, and gentle release. Now from here, we're gonna bend the right knee. We can have our hands around the right knee for a little support and just make some circles. You know, one direction, a circle, and the other direction. Then find some stillness. Check if you can hug in that knee a little bit closer, closer, closer. Now either keep your hands around the knee, or you might release the hands and check if the knee will stay in the place. Breathe. And then slowly from here, let's have the knee back down. Let's do the other knee. So we bend the left knee, we interlace the hands, we make some circles. So again, one direction, moving in the other direction. And to release, you hug in that knee a little closer. Check if you can stay here, maybe release the hands. And release it down. Now let's have our feet a little wider than hip width. You can just have your hands on the elbows, staying here, breathing. And if you're okay with it, you can come a little bit more down. It's like a little inversion here. And then gently coming back up. Having the feet a little closer together. And then from here, let's wrap the right knee over the left one. And then let's have our right arm underneath the left. Lift the elbows a little bit more high. Breathe. Really notice sensations in the upper back. Keep that soft smile on your face. And gentle release. Now keep the knees exactly as they are. Have your left hand on the chair. Reach the right arm up and make a little side stretch. So just noticing sensations here. Breathing. Then gently let's come back up. And now from here, let's also add a little twist. So I'm going to have my left hand on the right knee and then turning over towards the right. Just a gentle twist. Let's come back through center. Let's release and change. So we're going to bring the left knee on top of the right. I'm going to have my left arm underneath. Bring the elbows a little higher. So really working on bringing those elbows a little higher. And then gently release your right hand on the chair. Reach the left arm up, move over towards the right. It's just a little side stretch. Let's come back. Let's find that twist. Right hand on the left knee, left hand behind you. Let's twist. And then gently, let's come back up. Okay, guys, thank you again for this session with me. I will see you next time.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Dave, I think you're muted.
We're trying to get Dave to talk to you.
Restart your audio. Okay.
All right. Dave is experiencing some technical difficulties. Joao, do you want to drive this one for a bit?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Why not? So welcome to the RIPE 83 DNS working group. It's a short session. There's a lot of content. So we'll just get started. How do I drive the slides? Because it's fine to have that page, but I really need to go to the next slide. And my controls seem to have gone. Okay, there you go. So welcome, yes, and agenda bashing. Hopefully you see the list of talks there. There's also a RIPE NCC update that's not showing for some reason. And a talk on bind 916 resolver speed measurements.
That's on page 2 of the agenda. So.
All right, okay, see. Distribution is good until the left hand doesn't know what right hand is doing. Anyway, that's we don't have much room in the agenda, so hopefully if any of you has any other topics, it will be a short one that we can take on the AOB. Dave, how are you doing with the audio? The reason we want to let Dave drive is that because this is his last session as DNS working group chair. As you can see, he's termed out, and we are selecting a new co-chair this time, which is actually the next item on the agenda. And so we wanted to have Dave driving this session, but well, the show must go on, I guess. Anyway, we put out a call for co-chairs of the DNS working group a while ago. We opened the comment period, which closed yesterday. There were 2 candidates, both of them quite excellent. Everyone was happy with them. Some people decided to show support for both, which doesn't make our job easier. But it's what it is. That's why we're in the bug box, of course. In the end, we got together and we saw somewhat stronger support for Moritz Müller over Brett Carr. So we reached the consensus between the 3 of us that we would this time around pick Moritz Müller as the DNS co-chair in replacement of Dave Mack, who is leaving. So a round of applause for both of them, really. A little bit higher, perhaps, for Moritz as being selected, but thank you very much for Brett for volunteering. So let's go straight into the first talk, which, if we go back to the page 1, well, yeah, is Peter and Peter from Power DNS on proxy video, and hopefully they are around and we can give them voice. There's Peter Lexis training audio, hey, video as well.
Yes, hello.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you have the preloaded slides here, or should I just share my screen?
I think the RIPE NCC makes the slides appear by magic.
Yeah, we have them preloaded.
Okay, well, will I get to see them as well?
Yes, that's the idea. Let's see how well it works.
There should be a folder icon, but I do not see it.
Let's see. Share pre.
Oh, there they are coming up. They are coming up.
I think I have it. Share.
Yeah.
Would this be the one then?
Go.
All right. Excellent. So welcome everybody, and good afternoon. Today I'll be discussing quickly some things about the proxy v2 protocol for use in DNS. I'm Peter Lexis. I'm here with Peter van Dijk. We're both senior Power DNS engineers. Peter was mostly involved in the technical implementation of this. So if there are any hard questions, he can probably answer them. So what problem are we trying to solve with the proxy v2 protocol? What it is, I'll get into later. Usually DNS setups can be fronted by load balancers or proxies such as DNS dist that some of you might know. And these backend servers usually require the real client IP address for ACLing views or other purposes. And you might not actually want your proxy or load balancer to do some extensive packet parsing because many of the, as you know, DNS information is usually encoded in eDNS options, which are somewhere inside the packet at a place that requires parsing the whole packet. And it might actually also be relevant for the backends to know what kind of transport was used. For instance, if a backend server does have scripting capabilities but does not support DNS over HTTPS, it would still be good to know if the packet came in over DNS over HTTPS. So there are some existing solutions that both we at PowerDNS have tried and some that have been attempted to be standardized. One is abusing eDNS subnet client or eDNS client subnet between the proxy and the backend to put this information towards the backend. There is the xproxy4 or XPF DNS record that will be put into the additional section, and then there's bespoke and private eDNS options as well. Each of them have drawbacks. For eDNS client subnet, it is of course a very bad idea to squat on existing eDNS options because it does not allow you to use that option in the real world then. This also requires you actually parsing and modifying DNS packets that come in at the proxy before handing them off to a backend. And like I said, there's no way to pass actually the ECS information that a recursor sends to the auth that is being proxied to. And there's also no transport protocol or other information that can be encoded in there. XPF, one of the drawbacks is the draft expired at the IETF. It also requires you to parse and modify DNS packets in flight. And it requires some magic not to break TSIG because it gets put into the packet and that could break TSIG. So you have to, and you also have to know TSIG at the proxy side to make sure that this doesn't break. And of course, private eDNS options, you need to change all the software in your chain, and it can be really hard to debug with your standard tools. So the proxy v2 protocol, what is it? It is a binary protocol that prefixes all the proxy data. So there is no encapsulation. It is just a prefix or a bunch of prefix data, that is. It can pass IPv4, IPv6 addresses, ports, and protocol. So UDP or TCP. It also supports Unix sockets, so you could even transport DNS queries over Unix sockets if you want. It is also very extensible and supports a bunch of arbitrary tag length value fields that you can define yourself. And many different load balancer vendors already support the protocol. And of course, it goes very well together with eDNS client subnet from recursors to outs without any interference there. So where are these headers placed? Here's a relatively simple overview. So a client would send a query towards a proxy or load balancer. This proxy or load balancer will then, as you see on the right, prefix the query it gets and send it off to the server in the backend. This backend server will then only accept proxied connections or proxied queries. This means that if for whatever reason a query would be sent to the backend server that does not have a proxy header in front of it, it will just get a form error or just some other generic error because the proxy header cannot be parsed. The server would then just send a regular response. There is no trace of the proxy protocol whatsoever there. and then the proxy/load balancer can hand off that response back to the client. On the other hand, what you also can do, you could implement a direct server return, especially for UDP queries, where the backend server would immediately send a response back to the client. Although, of course, you do not get your nice statistics out of your proxy then. What implementations exist of this protocol? A bunch of load balancers supported, HA proxy F5, but only for TCP. Web servers support it, TCP only as well, although you could, of course, relay DNS over HTTPS queries to the backends like that. DNS dist 1.5 supports this, both TCP and UDP. PowerDNS authoritative server 4.6, recursor 4.4, and there is a roadmap item for bind 9 to also support incoming proxy protocol to get the real client IP addresses. If you want some further reading, the slides are up. These are links. You can read the protocol specification. It is an RFC style document, relatively short, very easy to read. There's a DNS documentation on how to use it, and a link to the bind 9 issue to see and vote on to get it implemented. If there are any questions here, I'll be happy to take them.
You're muted, Joao.
Well,
I'll cut
my turn then.
Oh, there you go.
So Brad is the first one. Go ahead, Brad.
Hi, Peter. Thanks for this. This is really cool stuff. At Nominate, we actually do some of this using EDS client subnet currently. So the thing that you told us, just told us not to do, we do it currently. But it was out of necessity because this kind of stuff didn't exist, right? So I suspect we may move to this at some point. A couple of questions, really. One you may not know the answer to, but I did notice you mentioned in there that F5 is supporting this, but for TCP only. Do you know why, and whether they've got plans to move to also do it in UDP?
That is because I hear an echo. I don't know where it's coming from. Okay, I'll try to ignore the echo. Excellent, it's gone. So the thing is, the proxy protocol is actually only specified for TCP, where you would put the proxy protocol in front of the TCP SYN packet, and then the whole and then repeat requests. So repeat HTTP requests would use the same proxy information in the backend. For UDP, we just now prefix every query we send out, but UDP is just not a use case for many big load balancers and big load balancer vendors. So you could always ask them to do it for UDP, but I think the biggest reason is UDP is not really interesting right now. It might become very interesting, of course, when Quick becomes a thing.
Yeah. And secondly, do you have any plans to standardize this in the IETF?
No, we have no plans to standardize this in the IETF because the standard already exists. It is a document from the HA proxy project, and it's been implemented in many other different types of software as well. Last time we were trying, when we wanted to put some of these things in through the IETF with XPF, the biggest problem was, well, first of all, of course, it was inside the DNS packet and you had to do some mangling. And the other one was that the privacy advocates were not having it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Benno. Benno, you can go ahead. I think you have both video and audio permissions.
Yeah. Hi. Well, thank you, Peter, for the presentation. You had a list of software products that are road mapping proxy protocol. You can add Unbound also for next year. So, yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
I'll update the slides.
Yeah, thank you. But thank you for the presentation. Excellent work, and yeah, it's relevant. It's important. The industry, the users are asking for these features from, I think, the different software vendors, and also from us. Yeah, thanks.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, there is a question in the Q&A panel from Dirk Meijer. Do you see any impact by NTU?
We have not thoroughly tested this, although if you look at the protocol description, the header is quite small. And of course, the idea is that this is used between a proxy and a backend, which usually live within the same network or are at least relatively close. So the path NTU shouldn't be a big issue there.
Okay, Peter was trying to ask.
And
okay,
of course, DNS queries are tiny. That also helps.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, no more questions. So thank you very much.
All right, you're very welcome.
Next up is Jeff. Turned off, maybe.
Hey, Jeff, we can't hear you.
Slides, or do I have to?
Hey, we hear you now.
Yeah, yeah. Good. Do you have the slides?
We can do that.
Oh. Epic fail. The suspense is killing me. Yay. Do I have the arrow keys? Yes, no? No. Oh, yes, I do, I think. Okay, this is a very quick talk about measurement of DNSSEC validation using 4096-bit RSA keys. God, the delay on these arrow keys.
I just at the moment Shane is sharing the slides, and it should be you. So I suggest that Shane, you stop sharing, and then Jeff, you start sharing by clicking on the preloaded slides button on the top left.
Yay, thank you. Off we go. God knows how we advance this. RSA is a prime number algorithm. The problem with most of these prime number algorithms is that to break them, you need enumeration. And enumeration basically means you need to make the puzzle bigger and bigger and bigger in order to make the enumeration harder. And so if you look at the 2 to the nth operation to solve an RSA problem, it takes a relatively large key length in order to get a decent amount of crypto density. So it's not a very dense algorithm. And the problem is with quantum computing, assuming that someone, instead of building a 3-qubit quantum computer, will build a 20 million qubit quantum computer, you can crack this stuff relatively quickly, of course, assuming massive quantum computing. So you might be concerned about this. 8 hours is actually a really tight time window. And if you believe that quantum computers are going to come quickly, and you believe that ECDSA, the elliptical curve, might not be what you want, you might want to think about longer RSA keys. So we've done some thinking for you, and we've actually had a look at some of the longer key lengths and see what it means. RSA 4096 is where we actually entered into. Private key is big, 3,000 bytes. The public key, yeah, 900 bytes, fair enough. The SIG algorithms were certainly larger than ECDSA, 700 octets, bytes. Security level, certainly better than ECDSA P256, and certainly a lot better than RSA 1024. But they are big, and that could be a problem for you. Performance takes an age to sign them. Validation time, we validated across 50,000 records. It seemed to be about the same time space. Admittedly, it was a relatively coarse test. Signing time was across 500,000 entries. So yes, it takes longer to sign. The real issue, though, is in the DNS key resource record. The validators have issues. And although 1,245 octets for a response for a DNS key is not a problem normally, the incredibly conservative setting of DNS Flag Day 2020, which advocated a DNS payload of 1232, I don't know why, causes issues here. It causes issues because you're basically truncating this answer, another round trip time to get back the truncated, then you've got to open up TCP. So it's slower and less reliable compared to ECDSA, which doesn't have a problem. Can we see this? Yes, we can. If we look at all the folk we tested, 17% of folk use a UDP buffer size, an EDS0 UDP buffer size of less than that magic number. So around 17% of users aren't going to actually get this over UDP. They're going to take longer to validate. So let's test this out. We use an ad campaign to test a large number of folk, around about 10 million a day, on various DNS exercises. This one is a validly signed and an invalidly signed using a unique domain name every time so that caching doesn't work. And we capture everything back at the server to actually see what happened. We're looking for folk who validate, and that is they ask all the right questions, they get the validly signed object, they don't get the one that's invalidly signed. There are a lot who are mixed as well, who basically ask the right questions, but when they get a serve fail, because it's invalidly signed, they'll go off and ask someone else who doesn't validate because, you know, getting an answer is way more important than getting the wrong one. So if we look at the first experiment we did was with a single 4096-bit key, the answers are actually pretty much the same as with a 1024-bit key. Very slight drop in the number of folk who are validating, and the mixed number goes up slightly more, indicating that there is a small amount of issues with moving to TCP. What we actually found is 74% of those experiments did it over UDP, 26% did not, 23.5% did the follow-up, and 2.5% didn't follow up using TCP. Most of them went off to a different resolver, and some of them failed completely. More evidence, I think, if you need it, that flag day setting was too low. But the issue is that's not a real test. Most folk use separate zone and key signing keys, and we should be really looking at two RSA keys. And when you do a key roll, you're going to do 3. So let's go all the way and look at 3. The DNS key response size at 3 keys gets to be well over 1,500 octets, but even 2 is over 1,500 octets. So we're now talking about UDP fragmentation and or truncation. The results are a little bit weird. Both of them cause UDP fragmentation and or truncation. And you would have thought that as long as you're over 1,500, you get the same answer no matter what. In actual fact, that's not the case. And what we actually see is a higher drop rate for the larger 3-key case. That's not clear what's going on in that respect. Maybe there's an internal buffers issue inside the resolver that just doesn't like the larger response. Unlikely. Path MTU mismatch? Possible. We use a 1,500 octet path MTU in this experiment. There might be some lost ICMP, security policies, receiver buffer limit, whole bunch of possible explanations. I don't know what's going on. What we do find, which I find a little bit odd as well, is that the TCP failure rate, the failure to complete that follow-up TCP, is a lot higher when the response is 2K, a lot higher than when the response is only 1.7K. So anyway, that's the problem. Where do you see the problem? If you live in Portugal, bad news. If you live in Iceland, less than good news. Even the USA, no. Ireland, no. And everyone else listed there, and a few others. Those are the big ones. What about which ISPs have got this all completely wrong? If you're there, you've got a problem. Look for yourself. If you're there, go fix something. It's not working properly with large answers. Should you use it? No. Does it matter? Well, that's a really good question, because we're not trying to protect data for 25 years, which is the typical NIST, US NIST standard. We're trying to protect this data for the life of the key. Now, if you use DNSSEC keys and give them a lifetime of 12 months, then you need to protect it for 12 months. If you roll every month, you need to protect it for a month, basically. So the more frequently you roll, the less you've got an issue in trying to up the security level of the keys that you're using. And while RSA 1024 is pretty lousy if you want a 10-year lifetime, it's actually quite okay to use in DNSSEC at the moment, because understand DNSSEC, and if you do, that's not a problem. And so all the folk, and I've heard a lot of them say, oh, we can't use DNSSEC to secure the web because the keys are too short. The answer is apples and oranges. You're applying the wrong test to this data. The key lifetime is the lifetime of the key itself, not the lifetime of the algorithm to protect it. There is an issue, though, about quantum computing, and there are a lot of unknowns there. But one of them is this concept called quantum resilience. And while security level, 2 to the nth operations to solve it, is a non-quantum quantification of algorithms, quantum changes that a little bit. And quantum resilience is actually a subtly different concept. An RSA with longer keys is thought, we don't know yet, to have more quantum resilience than, say, the equivalent elliptical curve algorithms. But I'll go back to that other slide. How long do you need to protect your data? For the length of a key roll. The longer you keep your keys static and the less frequently you roll them, the more you have to worry about this. The more frequently you regularly roll keys, the less you have a problem with this kind of quantum consideration. And that is the end of my presentation. Questions?
Thanks for that, Jeff. Do we have any questions?
Can I go back to sleep now?
Yes, please. You're very welcome. Yeah, I don't see anything in the QA. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, a question from Jim Reed in the QA. Some data on key length and key rotation values would be good, i.e. where's the trade-off between short keys that change frequently and longer-lived keys?
You know, Jim, that's an interesting question. When NIST evaluate these algorithms, they are not evaluated in the context of DNSSEC. They're evaluating them in the idea that, can someone in the future bust open this document you've encrypted? And the standard they look at in general is around 25 years when they evaluate an algorithm. And so their advice about RSA 1024 was based around current techniques of cracking that inside of, if you will, 20 odd years with anticipated improvements in computing. The shorter you make that, of course, the situation changes. Do NIST publish a continuous graph of time versus, if you will, weakness? No, they don't. So at this point, the hands start waving, Jim, and there's no hard data that I'm aware of on that. But, you know, I'm not the cryptographer in the room here. Maybe others have a better answer. Thanks.
From Andrew.
You're muted.
Oh. Am I still muted?
No.
Good, thank you. We have a question now from Andrew Campling.
Hi, good presentation as always, Jeff. Thanks for that. I just wanted to say, I think the one uncertainty here for anything related to quantum is no one really knows where the sort of development is for quantum, because I I don't imagine, for example, the Chinese government's likely to be that public about where its development is at, because obviously if they're hoping to use it as a sort of cyber weapon, it's unlikely they're going to say that they've got a X qubit capability, because that would rather defeat the object of having a secret weapon. So that's the uncertainty here. None of us know what the actual developments are, where they're at.
Yes, thank you. It's a good observation, but let me still point out apples and oranges. If I encrypt a document, then that document needs to be encrypted for the lifetime of whatever secrets it described. When I use DNSSEC to actually protect a response, that protection is in the context of the parent key. It's in the context of validation. And once I roll the parent keys, it doesn't matter what happened to that old data. You cannot replay it. And so if I'm really looking at the DNS and DNSSEC as a replay protection mechanism, all these windows that we refer to in quantum, in cryptography and the weaknesses of quantum do not directly apply to DNSSEC, because those windows have shut down. It's not as if it's a secret. We're just trying to protect it, not encrypt it. And that's why the considerations are different. And this is why when I keep on hearing from various folk that RSA 1024 is lousy to actually do things like DANE, the answer is, well, not quite. If we're talking about DNSSEC itself, it's a different issue, because it's all about the lifetime of the protection, not the lifetime of the encrypted information. So subtle distinction.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like there are no more questions. Thanks again, Jeff.
Thank you.
Okay, and we move on with Peter Thomason, who will talk to us about accessing the public suffix list as a service. Peter.
Right, can you hear me fine?
Yep.
Well, I'll share my screen. Okay, 1 second. Okay, let's go. I hope you can see my slides too. So I will talk to you today about the public suffix list and how to query it through the DNS. I'm Peter Thomason. Some of you may know me through DESEC, DNS hosting, but today I'm speaking in my employer's capacity. Yeah, so the public suffix list is a list under which all the suffixes are registered, below which internet users can register names. So like .com, .co.uk, but there's also longer ones like s3.amazonaws.com or something like that. And this list is managed by the community, and it informs about boundaries between organizations or policy boundaries in the domain space, so that you can know where the boundary of responsibility is between the parent and the child, so to speak. It's not exactly the same as a zone cut, because it requires that you can publicly register stuff underneath. Essentially anyone could do that. It supports wildcards, so there could be something.jp, I believe, is even on the public suffix list. It also supports exceptions from wildcards, which makes the whole thing a bit more complicated, and it's a text file. So before we go on, I'll quickly go over some use cases for the PSL for those people who haven't been dealing with it yet. So browsers use it for cookie and scripting, scoping for the same origin policy, or for domain highlighting to prevent phishing in the address bar. Also, certificate authorities need to be aware of public suffixes so that they don't issue wildcard certificates for public second-level suffixes like co.uk. Also, we support the DSEC DNS hosting platform, which is a multi-tenant platform. And if you think of a customer creating co.uk, for example, that would be blocking all other users from creating new zones underneath that. So you have to make sure that people don't register public suffixes on a public DNS hosting platform. And also for DMARC, for the email authenticity protocol, well, it's not it's reporting, but anyways, it's used to figure out the organizational domain so that you can apply the DMARC policy to it. So the organization domain would be the one that's before the public suffix, like example.co.uk. In some contexts, it's called the registrable domain. So why use a PLS query service? So there's lots of implementations for different programming languages and all that. So why would you use a query service and not just have the PSL parsed and used within each application? For example, browsers usually bring a copy of it. But if you have a software that is not very frequently updated, then you have to somehow have a way to keep the public suffix list up to date. You also have to parse the list, which is not trivial because of the wildcard exceptions and all these things. And there's libraries for that, yeah, so it's a complicated matter. You have to make decisions on what to use. And also, if you want to do it yourself, you have to use a multi-staged algorithm because of this wildcard stuff, and it's quite complicated. So the parsing algorithm has 6 or 7 steps if you look it up on the website. If you have a DNS-based query service, or any query service for that matter, you don't need applications to parse or refresh the public suffix list at all. And you can retrieve it ad hoc. In the DNS implementation we did, it's just one lookup and it's cacheable. So that's nice. And you don't need any specialized tooling because usually DNS tooling is around. I quickly explain how it works. So you choose a zone under which you would like to run the lookup service. And each public suffix, for example, co.uk, is stored as a PTR record. And it has co.uk as the owner name and also as the value. So there would be a record at the co.uk subdomain pointing to the co.uk public suffix. All other names, so other owner names below co.uk, for example, have a CNAME record or are covered by a CNAME wildcard pointing one level up, so that if you query the PTR record, for example, .co.uk, whatever in your zone, you will be directed to the co.uk PTR value by the CNAME routing, so to speak. So you just have to query the PTR record and that's all. Sometimes there's auxiliary rules that are also present next to the PTR record as a text record. That happens when there is multiple rules that are applied within the processing, and then, for example, a wildcard exception overrules the wildcard. So for people who would like to debug that, we put the overruled rule as the text record. But to figure out what the result is, you only need to look at the PTR outcome. We implemented this under query.publicsuffix.zone, and there is DNSSEC for authenticity. So here's some examples of this. So if you query, for example, indico.dns.org.net.query.publicsuffix.zone, you see that there's the CNAME pointing at net.query.publicsuffix.zone, and if you look for the PTR there, it is at .net. Sorry, at net. Right? So that's the public suffix for this domain. Another case for a longer public suffix is if you query s3.dualstack.eu west1.amazonaws.com. The lookup zone, you find that there is a PTR record directly at this name, which means this is on the public suffix list. If you query s4, however, that is not a public suffix, and because of the empty non-terminals you have in between s3 and .com, it turns out you have to have CNAMEs and all these things, so that's a long chain. It's kind of not very elegant, but it's the only way of doing it in this data structure. So the S4 thing directs you to the dual stack level, and then it goes one level up to EU West and so on and so forth. At the end, you're at the com owner name, and that one has a PTR record for pointing at the com top level domain. And also, if you have a wildcard with an exception, I told you earlier there is PTR records. So the example here is www.ck. And it turns out in the last row here that there's a txt record at that name, which has wildcard.ck. So that means actually any second level domain of .ck would be a public suffix, like, I don't know if they have edu.ck or something like that. However, www.ck is not a public suffix. So there's an exception in the public suffix list, so the wildcard doesn't apply, and instead the public suffix is ck itself, because the parsing algorithm has sort of a generic overrule, like a high-level rule that says there is a public suffix for any first level or top level domain. So that's star dot. Those are the examples. So there is implementations of that and also a demo. So I will not show demo here, you just saw the output, but it's easy to look at. So we have it Under query.publicsuffix.zone, you can issue dig commands or whatever you want. It's hosted by the DSEC managed DNS provider I mentioned earlier. Also, if you go to publicsuffix.zone without the query in front, there's a live demo. It's just a JavaScript form, and it uses Google's DOH resolver to do the queries I just showed. There's a Python implementation that we use at DSEC and SSE to update the zone's content and extract stuff from the public suffix list text file. And so that is for reading in the actual list and producing DNS output, but the library can also, there's command line support, for example, to look up the public suffix for any name ad hoc. It can also check freshness and all these things. Yeah, it's provider agnostic, so if anyone else decides to implement this at a different DNS provider, it's just a small class one has to add to do the format conversion for that provider's API, and then that library would be compatible. I'm not aware of any other implementations for other languages for now. It works perfectly well for the internal use case that we have at the DNS hosting provider to make sure people don't register public suffixes. There may be other use cases beyond that. I don't know, maybe that could be discussed. Perhaps those would also need different features. So the public suffix list, for example, first has all the icon approved public suffixes, and then it has private ones like the Amazon thing. So maybe that would be something some use cases would need to be able to distinguish by. I don't know if that's necessary. And when talking privately to some people from the community about this service, it was suggested to make this kind of a more permanent part of the community infrastructure or something. We're completely open to that, but I don't know if that makes any sense, if anyone is interested in that and what kind of oversight would be needed, who would run that and all that stuff. So we just wanted to put it out there that if that would be something that people would appreciate, we can certainly make that work somehow. Yeah, thank you. That's the presentation. If any questions, let me know. And later, if you digest the slides, there's some, I think 1 or 2 slides in the backup on privacy if you're interested in that.
Thank you, Peter. We have one question in the Q&A from Jeff Houston, and he asks, whatever happened to the IETF debound effort that was supposed to do this in-band in the DNS? Is that something that you're aware of?
How's it called, the IETF debound effort?
It's domain boundaries.
Okay, I haven't heard of that, but it's good to hear of it. I will read up on it. Yeah, I don't know what happened to that.
All right, okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, well then we'll move on. Thank you again, Peter.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Let's see. Oh no, I've lost the agenda. I think Peter Spacek is up next.
Dave?
Yeah.
Let's put Anand first because we have an issue with a file from Peter.
Okay, sure. Okay, Anand, are you ready and able, willing to go ahead now? Yeah, Van Dijk, send audio.
Hi, yes, I'm ready.
Okay. All right then, we'll let you go ahead.
Okay, good day everyone. This is Anand Buddhadev from the RIPE NCC, and I'll be doing a short presentation about the DNS activities at RIPE NCC over the past few months. The first big announcement we have is that we have revamped our application for hosted DNS. So previously this used to be known as hosted kroot, and we're now calling this hosted DNS. And this is because our new app can take applications for both kroot and RIPE NCC's other DNS service, which we call auth DNS. And you can view this app at the URL hosted-dns.ripe.net. If you're able to, we would request you to host an instance of auth-DNS, especially outside of Europe. The auth-DNS service of the RIPE NCC carries zones such as ripe.net, e164.arpa, all of the RIPE NCC's reverse DNS zones, as well as the reverse DNS zones of all the other RIRs, and also some CCTLDs. So it's a very important service, and increasing coverage for this would be great. One of the changes we have made in our requirements is that we are now accepting virtual machines. These, of course, need to be properly spec'd. They need to have enough RAM and disk space. But as long as a host is able to provide this, we will accept virtual machines for hosting either KRoot or auth-DNS. We launched some weeks ago, and since then we already have some sites, active ones. We have an auth-DNS site in Ponta Grossa in Brazil, and we also have a KRoot instance in the same place in Ponta Grossa, and we've also just activated a KRoot server in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. This is a map showing the hosted DNS instances. The blue dots represent a KRoot instance. And of course, there are many of them because we have been expanding the KRoot service for quite some time already. But you'll also see 2 orange dots, and these represent auth-DNS instances. We have one in Oslo in Norway. We have one in Rome. And there are 2 more that are not quite visible because they are aggregated. And so there's one in Vienna and one in Ponta Grossa in Brazil. Moving on, our auth-DNS and KRoot core sites have also received upgrades. We have replaced several aging servers with new Dell R440 servers. These have more CPUs, and these CPUs are also faster. We have also been replacing the routers. We have new Juniper, and we have also started deploying Arista routers. And at some of these sites, we are now connected at 10G. So that gives us a lot more capacity. Moving on to something different, CDS for reverse DNS. This is something that had been requested of us, and earlier this year, in March, we activated it. I also reported about this at the previous RIPE meeting, and I would just like to say that this is just working, and we do between 10 and 20 updates, domain object updates per month. There isn't much DNSSEC in the reverse DNS space, and even fewer people are using CDS or CDNS key, and so we're not seeing much activity here. But it is there, and it is available and working. So earlier this year, RIPE NCC switched to algorithm 13 for all our zones. So this is ECDSA cryptography. And our KSKs and ZSKs are stored together, as in they are both on the signer. We do not keep our KSKs separately. They're not offline. And algorithm 13 keys are also the same size, and they do offer stronger security. So there is also no frequent need for ZSK rollovers. And for this, we also see no strong reason for separating the KSK and the ZSK. So when we approach the next rollover in the first quarter of 2022, we are going to switch to a combined signing key, a CSK. So this will be a single key that signs all the records in a zone. And then I would like to talk about something else again. In the reverse DNS zones that we manage, the TTL, the default TTL for all the NS and DS records is 2 days. And we have noticed that this can cause delays for users when they want to change their delegation, when they want to change their NS records, or they want to perform DNSSEC key rollovers. With a very long TTL on the DS record, their signer has to wait a long time before it can complete the rollover. And if there is an emergency of any kind, if there is a problem with DNSSEC, then the issue can linger because of this long TTL on the DS records. And many of you might already be aware that some of the large operators, such as Google, Quad9, they limit the TTL of various records anyway, because they are aware of the pain caused by lingering DS records in particular. So we want to propose lowering the TTLs for NS and DS records. We would like to lower the TTL of DS records to 1 hour, and we want to lower the TTL for NS records to 1 day. I think this will be more in line with what operators are doing these days. Now, this is something that affects our community, of course. And if any of you have feedback about this, I'm happy to chat with you about this. I will also be sending an email out to the DNS working group, particularly with these proposals. And I hope that we get feedback that way as well. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation. If there are any quick questions now, I'll be happy to take them. Otherwise, you can also approach me directly. And I might come over to Spatial Chat later for some chat as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks for that, Anand. We have one question in the Q&A from Kurt Kaiser. What helped the decision to place a node in Ponta Grossa, Brazil? Power stability, network, bandwidth, co-location costs, etc.?
That's a very good question, Kurt. So we generally accept applications from most places. And we are particularly keen on placing instances in areas that are not so well connected to other DNS infrastructure. So when we received an application from the University of Ponta Grossa to host 2 instances, we talked to them a little bit, reviewed what kind of infrastructure was there, and noticed that the area, the geographic and network area, would benefit from instances. So applicants come to us with applications, we review them, and then we decide whether to accept them or not.
Okay, I have 3 more questions. I'm going to stop the line there because we're already going to run over by a couple of minutes. The next question in the Q&A is from Peter Koch, and he asks, is the preference for non-EU hosted DNS related to the proposed NIS2 directive?
Thank you, Peter. No, that is not at all. We would just like to increase the footprint of our auth DNS service outside of the EU because we don't have much coverage outside our service region. That's all.
Okay, and we have another question in the Q&A from Giovanni Mura. It would be nice to measure the impact of TTL changes in query volumes you folks see.
Thank you for that, Giovanni. That's feedback we will consider, and we will try and measure the effect and report back if there is anything significant to report about this.
Okay, now I thought I had someone else requesting audio, but I don't see that anymore. All right, okay. Thanks again, Anand, and we will move on. Okay, our final talk of today is from Peter Spacek on Bind, and it is coming as a pre-recorded video, which I think Menno should be set up to play for us.
Hello everyone, my name is Petr Špaček and I work with ISC on benchmarking bind. In this presentation, I will try to convince you to upgrade from the ancient version of bind 9.11 to which is almost at end of its life to the current stable version 9.16, which is going to be supported for 2 more years and also provides a significant performance improvements. Before we dive in, let me remind you that benchmarking DNS resolvers and authoritative servers are 2 completely different games. Most importantly, a DNS resolver can have orders of magnitude more or less work with a single query, depending on the state of the resolver's cache. For that reason, the classical queries per second metric almost doesn't make sense for a DNS resolver. It's much better to use latency as the metric for DNS resolvers because that reflects what the clients actually experience. Unfortunately, in this very short presentation, we don't have enough time to cover the methodology in detail, so I will refer you to all the RIPE talk to see and hear how we benchmark and why. Most importantly, for getting realistic results, we have to start with a realistic data set. For the measurements I'm going to present here, we were using donated data set from a telco operator, which had 20 resolvers handling mix of landline and mobile clients. For purposes of this talk, we define a so-called load factor, which practically means that we concentrate traffic from originally distinct resolvers on a single machine. So if the load factor is, for example, 7, we concentrate the traffic originally going to 7 independent resolvers on a single machine, which runs bind version under test. So let's have a look at the results. For latency, the result is more complex than a single number. It's actually a histogram, which can be visualized using a logarithmic percentile histogram, which was invented by PowerDNS folks. It's quite complicated if you see it for the first time, so let me walk you through the details. In the middle of this chart, we can see a line, which is a visualization of the latency for different percentiles of answers. Most importantly, the bottom left corner is where the smallest latency is. So we basically want to have this line to go as close as possible to the left bottom corner. If we go to the other side, to the top right corner, we are approaching the highest latency, so we don't want to go there. Also, you can see that on the chart, there is some background around the line, and that's a visualization of differences between different test runs. Obviously, when we are measuring with real data on the real internet, the result is not perfectly stable and reproducible. So we repeated every test 9 times. And this white background shows you the differences between minimum and maximum latency across 9 test runs. You can see that despite benchmarking on the real internet, the results are nice and pretty stable. The full color line in the middle is the average latency measured or computed from the 9 test runs. Okay, so now we've covered the basics, and what does it mean in practice? So on the y-axis, we have response latency time in milliseconds, and on the x-axis, we have slowest percentiles. So if you look at this point, on the x-axis, number 10, the corresponding value on the y-axis is 1 millisecond, and it means that for 10% of queries, the answer arrived within 1 millisecond or later. And for the remaining 90% of queries, the answer arrived in 1 millisecond or faster. So, okay, that's it for the baseline measurement with the ancient version of bind 911 and the load factor 1. So what happens if we push more traffic to the same version of bind? Here we have a blue line, which represents a measurement with load factor 7. So the traffic originally going to 7 independent resolvers is now going to 1 instance. And we can see on the blue line that it's closer to the bottom left corner. So it actually improves the latency. The reason is that the more traffic on a single machine typically means higher cache hit rate, which in the end means that the resolver has on average less work with a single query, and thus the resolver is able to handle more queries. Of course, this trend cannot go to infinity. So what happens if we increase the traffic even more? With load factor 8, we can see on the yellow line here that the latency is now worse than it used to be. So for 1% of queries, the latency now increased. So we can conclude that increasing the cache hit rate further is not helping anymore because the resolver is already overloaded. So it's not good. And we've established a baseline where the ancient version of bind 911 is on our data set able to handle 7 times the basic volume of traffic going to a single resolver on average. Okay, so now when we know the baseline, we can compare the behavior of the ancient version of bind 911 and the current stable 916. On the green line here, we can see that the new version is actually much better in handling the cache miss queries because it has significantly improved latency for cache miss queries while handling the cache hit queries all the same. That's very good news because it means that if you just drop in the new version 916 in place of the ancient 911, your resolver with typical telco traffic will just have increased performance, or in other words, better latency for users, and that's it. Of course, it invites another question: how far can we push the 916? So if we increase the load even more with load factor 14, we can see that the new version is still better than the old one, except for 4% of queries in the middle, where the performance penalty is approximately 1 millisecond, which is the difference between these lines, for 4% of queries. And I think that's pretty good because that allows you to concentrate more traffic on a single machine if you want. We are short on time, so let me conclude. Please upgrade and don't hesitate to upgrade to the new version because it will actually improve latency of your resolvers. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for that, pre-recorded Peter. Peter is here and able to answer questions. We don't have much time. We're already run over. We don't have any in the Q&A. No one else is asking. I have a question. You speak in terms of load rates and compared to a baseline. Do you have numbers? It's very hard for me to understand without actual query rates and response rates in terms of numbers of queries per second. Can you give us an idea of those?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. I'm intentionally not showing any numbers because with different data set, it would be different. I mean, if it was like IoT thing, which asks, cache miss query every time, the QPS would mean something else than for telco traffic. I mean, for resolvers, the QPS just doesn't make sense. That's a wrong question. Sorry.
Right. Yeah,
I would love to make a talk just about that, but that's for like much longer than we can cover here.
Okay. We now have a question in the QA from Libar Peltan. Hi, Peter. What causes that some fraction of the queries is answered in exactly 1 millisecond?
Exactly 1 millisecond. Well, it's mostly cache hits plus the measurement, precision of the measurement, right? It's for like sub millisecond measurements, it's not that precise. So basically whatever is below 1 millisecond, we don't need to care that much.
Okay, and we have a question from Gert During. Can we have a comparison across different resolvers for the next DNS-WG meeting? Much has happened in that field, not PDNS recursor, bind, unbound, since I saw the last comparisons. So I guess that's a question to the whole group. Maybe
Yeah.
you want to do that?
Actually, if you look at the slides, I linked from the presentation, there is a link to RIPE 79, and you can find some comparison there with like huge caveats that it doesn't compare exactly because it very much depends on all the configuration knobs. So my takeaway is that you have to compare exactly the configuration you want to use in your particular deployment, because if you enable, let's say, some filtering, RPZ or something, the results might be completely different than with different configurations. So, I mean, of course, I can produce charts, but it will not be very fair because, you know, there is a million knobs in every single DNS implementation.
All right, thank you. Okay, if there are no more questions, then yeah, thank you again, Peter. And that concludes the RIPE 83 session of the DNS working group. Apologies, we're about 9 minutes over time. Shane, Joao, do you have anything you want to add?
I just want to say thank you, Dave, for all your hard work in chairing the working group with us for the past while here. We're going to miss you, and hopefully we'll see you around as a non-chair.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's been my pleasure. And yeah, I hope to see you guys and everyone else in Berlin in May.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.